to me. It was a wake-up call, and that's when I went to the doctor.
With Julia's autism, loud sounds can be too much.
But she still loves to make music.
Yeah.
Play band.
Early screening for autism can make a lifetime of difference. Find out more at screenforautism.org.
Okay, Dad. 1, 2, 3. You saved me. Dad?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, dear.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Bring it.
Time out, guys. I'm late to dinner. My mom's gonna kill me. Catch you guys later.
Mom wants us home.
Okay. Bye, guys.
You guys need a ride?
Sure. Yeah. All right. How about some one-on-one?
I gotta go eat, man. Sorry, I'll see you later.
ready, Wayne. Good evening, everyone, and welcome.
Hi there. How you feeling?
Much better.
Good. I provided that when I was in
20?
nerves. Ready? Okay, 5:16, we're gonna call the here. Yeah. We're gonna call the meeting to order for the workshop. Roll call.
Councilmember Wong? Here. Councilmember Nordby?
Here.
Councilmember Cole?
Here.
Councilmember Schwer is absent, and Mayor Mongi.
Here. Thank you. We're gonna, to adopt the agenda, please. So moved. So moved. Councilmember Cole.
Second.
Councilmember Wong. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Topics, all you.
We got two topics tonight, Mayor. First one up is the school resource officer. Just to give an update, we have Rock here.
Right. Hello, everyone. Yeah, just a recap. I'm sure you've seen it on the news. Back in August, on the 29th, I sent a letter to City Manager Frandl recommending that we pause the SRO contract with 622 due to the recent amendments in Minnesota Statute 121A. With that statute development was how it passed without any stakeholder involvement from the community, law enforcement, or educators. It took a little while, a few days after it was actually enacted. We kind of started seeing what the language actually said, and that led to a lot of additional conversations. Since then, calling for clarity, and I'm still hopeful for the ultimate solution through additional legislative action to provide just concrete clarification on the whole topic. And with that, on September 20th, the Minnesota Attorney General released an opinion that is legally binding. Guys, did you get all of the attachments and go over just the highlights of each one? So that second opinion, that supplemental opinion from the general on September 20th was released. So pursuant to Minnesota Statute Section 807, deeming that opinion by the Attorney General decisive until the question involved shall be decided otherwise by a court, and therefore it may be relied upon. From that opinion, we're looking for, and what we got was the amendment 121A does not limit the types of reasonable force that may be used by school staff and agents to prevent bodily harm or death. It also does not limit the types of reasonable force that may be used by public officers to carry out their lawful duties as described in Minnesota statutes. Section 60906, subdivision 1. Test for reasonable force remains unchanged and is highly fact specific. So any officer, SRO, agent of the school working under contract, back to having the lens of 60906 applied to any all calling for and hope action, but we got it through attorney. Additionally, in that letter, the Attorney General clarifies all peace officers, including those who are SROs or otherwise agents of a school district, may use force as reasonably necessary to carry out official duties, including but not limited to making arrests and enforcing orders of the court. And then just giving that more weight, just that section 8.07 provides that on all school matters, the Attorney General's opinions like this one are decisive, and the Supreme Court has also confirmed that opinion overruled by courts. So a couple other folks weighed in, the League of Minnesota Cities, so this would be regarding our protection from civil liability. For insurer, they released an opinion stating that school resource officers and officers contracted to work in a school district may use reasonably necessary force towards students under the circumstances enumerated in Minnesota Statute 60906, so pointing back to the same use of force statute that applies to all police officers. Further, in their opinion, offered the net practical effect is that SROs and contracted officers may use reasonable force towards students to carry out a duty that exists by virtue of law, but may not use force to enforce a school rule or policy. Further from the league, they pointed to the September Attorney General opinion, saying that it provides guidance that can be relied upon pending further developments in the courts. Section 807, which says Attorney General can make these opinions, and they are legally binding. They did offer that, or they did suggest that any agency wanting additional information should contact their attorneys to determine if they will seek to challenge the September Attorney General opinion in court. So we reached out to Ramsey County Attorney John Choi, letter from the Ramsey County Attorney. He sent it out to all law enforcement agencies in Ramsey County. That letter said, I agree with Attorney General Ellison that on all school matters, Attorney General opinions like the opinion letter and supplemental opinion letter are decisive and legally binding on our office until overruled by a court of competent jurisdiction. From Choi's letter, it says, to be clear, my position is based exclusively on the explicit language of Minnesota Statute Section 8.07, giving this authority to the Attorney General and the well-settled case law interpreting that statutory authority. Issued further from Choi, issues addressed in both the opinion letter and supplemental opinion letter affect me as an elected county officer, of which I am legally bound to follow, absent a contrary decision by a court of competent jurisdiction. We will follow the legal analysis and conclusions contained in the legal. We have our county attorney saying follow the Attorney General's opinion. Because that hasn't happened in the news versus backing. The Post Board also weighed in. They concur with the supplemental opinion from the Attorney General, good from a licensing protection avenue for any officer working in the school. And most importantly, I've been in constant communication with our current juvenile investigator, likely soon to be SRO again, Joe Allen. Every single step along the way, I've been sharing information with him, having a lot of conversations because I wanted to make sure he was comfortable with us getting back under contract and him working in the school contract with everything going on. I didn't want Joe to not be comfortable under contract. Joe absolutely is comfortable. He assured me of that. Good job in there as a juvenile investigator and school resource officer. Also had a lot of conversations with the school district throughout this whole thing. They're supportive of, they understood why, we were asking for clarity throughout the whole thing, but they are also looking forward to getting back under contract with us. I do think that legislative corrections are still needed in that statute to get that concrete fixed and go about it the right way and have conversations with everybody that should have been there. And that's what everybody agrees makes sense and is statute. So I promise to do that within the first couple weeks of session. So that is all through. Happy to field any questions. It's been a long several weeks and a couple months of SRO stuff, but
if we sign the contract and something happens later that either makes you or Joe uncomfortable, what happens?
Like we wouldn't want to be back in the contract.
Yeah, if for some reason the legal opinion changes that makes either you or Joe uncomfortable, so we'd like to take a step back in signing the contract.
We can get out of the contract. I think there's language in there that allows us to out of the contract.
Okay.
If something does.
I just want to make sure we have your back, and if something changes, we're not backing into the corner by any stretch.
I appreciate it.
Say that,
Thank you.
You're making the news, the kid's making the news.
Yeah, my kids are in the background every day.
I too want to thank you. You never know what the straight story is when the primary information you're getting is coming from the news. So thank you for showing up tonight and then walking us through it, because you touched on my two things. It was on the consent agenda, so I made the assumption all were comfortable with it, but I want to make sure Joe was comfortable and you were comfortable. So, 'cause I think you got the backing of, you got the backing of us to make sure we've got your back.
Thank you, and I appreciate, maintaining that relationship with this, and, yeah. We're ready.
Yeah, we work pretty seamlessly with this. I actually just had a meeting with today trying to problems together, so yeah, got a
Good, thank you. All right. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
all right, next up, jumping into the 2024 Enterprise Fund budget. We'll have Mr. Winnick, our Finance Director, kick us off.
And reminder for everybody out there and in here, we still don't have our normal audio, so we'll try to speak up as much as we can so everybody in here can hear us, along with people at home. So sorry about that, but our board's on life support, and they don't seem to be getting it back to us.
Having a little problem with my leg today.
Uh-oh.
I limp a little bit, don't
Jenny kick you too?
That's why she moved.
That's a tough room.
It is. It's a,
There should be a lot more gold stars on your laptop.
Wait a minute, I'm not comfortable now.
Start off tonight. So tonight we're talking about our enterprise fund. We have 6 of them. And enterprise fund is basically where the majority of your revenue comes from the exterior, in other words, from our residents. So what you'll see here that we have 6. We have the water fund, wastewater fund, electric, surface water, solid waste, and the fiber optic. And for the 2024, right now for the water fund, we have revenues estimated about 2.2 million. Our budget at about 1.5. Fund balance is to increase about $600. The significant changes are charges for services increased $92,000 as compared to 2023. A slight increase in estimated usage, staying the same as wastewater fund. We've got revenues of about 2.6 million, budgets about 2.6 million, fund balance increase of about $30,000. This one will require a 4% increase in our rates. Significant change is the decrease in the improvement plan, $1,000 compared to electric fund. Revenues of just under $12 million, budget of just under $13 million. This would be a decrease in the fund balance of about $1.1 million. The significant change is this is where not change. Surface water fund revenues of approximately $1 million, budget $50,000, fund balance increase. One would require a significant improvement plan of about 100. Solid waste revenues are estimated at about $1 million. There's a fund balance decrease of $104,000. And changes contractual $1,000. Part of what we're seeing on there is that we're under contract till next year with our current provider. They're entitled to a 3% increase on an annual basis, but the bigger driving factor is the Ramsey Energy 17.5% increase in their and then we have the fiber optic funds. Changes. Fiber optics, this is the one that we have a negative balance, negative cash. It'll take us another 20. And any questions on a high level before I invite up a couple of very distinguished department heads and their enterprise funds? And that's kind of the high level overview. They will kind of talk about each one of their enterprise fund, some highlights, and then turn it over if you have any questions. So the first department head is.
I have a question on the fiber one.
Sure.
You said 20 years to make up for it?
At this rate, yeah.
How many years have we had the fiber?
I'm not 100% sure. Do you, Brian? Do you? Over a decade.
And we're
At least
still
over 10.
that far out for making money? What? I don't always can hear
It's
that.
been paid off.
It has to pay for itself. And so the fund itself, it shows a negative fund balance. What we do on the financial statements, we shouldn't have a negative fund balance. There is an internal cash loan that is given from the electric fund to cover the $2 million cash deficit. Would actually on a financial statement look, it breaks even, it's zero, but it has a loan. So, been there for over a decade. We've got years before it actually has positive fund balance at the rate. This and there's a couple of others that are decisions that have been made in the past that is for the emphasis so much, and we'll have a special meeting Monday to focus improvement plan. And you can see how it does have a significant impact on some of the budgets. That's where, you know, for you to decide what's in, what's out can have a significant impact. Rates that we pass on to customers, and if you're in agreement with what's being presented to you in the CIP, it also means what we've already kind of discussed and we have in the preliminary budget, where you have that 2% increase in abilities. All right. With that, John, do you want to come up and kind of go through the trick, and I'll kind of pull up.
Say again as loud as you can talk, please.
You got it.
Thank you. The only one who has a big mouth here is the mayor, I think, so
Oh.
let her buck.
All right. All set from here.
Sure, we're ready. I'll pull up your electric one. So on page 28th to begin the electric. John actually budgets his electric in 4 different divisions. Inside here, you're seeing just one total, so it adds up everything that's a like item. And for admin, underground, overhead, and substation. For illustrative purposes here in the budget, we show it just all. Yeah, John, you wanna-
Yeah, just to start off, thanks for having me. I just wanted to start off with the goal of our department, and that's just to provide safe and reliable power to all the residents in North St. Paul, and then the surrounding communities that we supply. Get ourselves on providing rapid response times and typically limit power outages to under an hour. Things we do to ensure this reliability is we upgrade our infrastructure, where we convert overhead lines to underground, old underground lines with new ones, and we also install new underground in new construction zones. And then we also maintain our current system to try and prevent outages and damage. Some of the things that kind of highlighted 2023 for us was lighting. Lake, I don't know if you noticed there, we added a bunch of lighting up there. Downtown lighting increase. The Lilly construction, a major project. We're burying a main feeder, 104 in town, a good section of it. All these things kind of come together to establish the main projects that we want to go for the coming years. 2024, we have some things on the horizon, the potential development for the 17th and Delaware area. We have a feeder that would have to be buried there. There's the Shipsky's asphalt plant, loop the primary there to try and increase the reliability in the area. And then there's an area along Jennifer Lane and Ariel that has cable from mid-80s that should. Some of the things you can note here are statistics, just in 2022 in the overhead to underground, all of our construction, it was just kind of a transitional year for us. But you can see that in 2023, we started to pick back up with old underground wire, and you can see in the bottom as well that there is no projected, at this time, no projected rate increase. Residential rates. Our agency kind of dictates that, and as of now, they don't have projected increase, but they don't really give us a solid answer till you're usually close. Some of the financial impacts here to the personnel budget decreasing, that was simply because we had an extra position on our crew prepping for retirement. Right now, we're fully staffed. Linemen, maybe a little higher apprentice to journeyman ratio than we would like, but journeymen, and they're really good at training these guys. So, thank you guys for the jobs that we're completing. That there's a substantial increase in the supply expense budget, the $211,000. That's combining the materials for overhead and underground. Main driving factors for that would be the increased cost to those materials. An example I could give you would be our residential pad mount transformers. 25 kVA transformer supplies power to about 7, maybe 10 on the high-end houses. 2001, we could buy one of those transformers for about $2,000. Just recently, we purchased 6 25 kVA transformers, and they were about $5,000 a piece. That's the lowest bid we could find. Major distributors out there that were charging anywhere from $6,500 to $8,000. To go along with that as well, seeing very long lead times. Part of the increase in the budget is to try and our stock in the yard so that we don't have to deal with those lead times as much. We're seeing anywhere from a year to 2 years on those pad mount transformers. And not just that, it's any upgrade our infrastructure. It requires a lot more planning and preparing. Portion of the budget we put ourselves in. Another thing you can see here is there's a decrease in the contractual service expenses. That would have to do, that's my understanding, it has to do with the credit card service charges, paying their bills, credit card charge. And the debt payment, debt service expenses, that's decreasing as well. My understanding as well that we've almost paid down building. That's almost done.
25 is all done.
As I stated, there's no projected rate increase. And then major part of our budget going into 24 will be the transfer of the $1.1 million to help kickstart the street maintenance program, along with the normal annual $300,000 transfer to the general fund to help reduce the impact of the general fund budget on the residents. We're able to do this because we do have a good balance in our electric fund. I think it's also important to note that we do have a good balance. There's a reason that we try to keep a good amount of money in that fund, and that's just because the event of some sort of catastrophic failure or a severe storm, our entire town is powered by a single transformer. After that transformer, it would be north of $1 million to have means to divert power going again in the meantime, but the cost of that substantial. The same with there's 4 main feeders in town, a duct line all the way to the center of town, and then they branch out. Happen to any one of them feeders, we could potentially facing large charges to replace them. And that's why we keep chance of an emergency like that. I do feel good about it. Our transformer is 25 years old. There's the transformer in the next bay that belongs to XL is from, but they had another one identical to it that had to replace. Yeah. So that kind of just a point I wanted to just a reminder. I touched real quick on the increase in the capital. There's a $250,000 that's every year is on there for underground infrastructure, namely the duct line. And you'll see that there's there's the $32,000 for the electrical vehicle charging stations, and $432,000 for equipment and vehicles. Of that, it's kind of broken down into three main things we're looking at. Generator trailer that we would be splitting with the wastewater, backup power, and mostly it provides power for lift. $50 years old, so. And pickup that we need to upgrade to a Vector trailer that is very large and it taxes our other trucks. We have a bucket truck. Main reason for the bucket truck replacement would be it's configuration on that bucket that's not ideal for jobs that we're trying to complete. It does serve a purpose, and there are things about it that we would want to keep. In order to better utilize a truck like that, we would need a new bucket configuration. It would help us extend the useful life of all of our bucket trucks by no, not, yeah, I apologize. It would replace that one. The truck's from 2000, 3 years old. We just don't want to put ourselves into a similar situation that we're in now. We've ordered a replacement for one of our other bucket trucks. And going on about 2 years since we ordered it too. We should get it this spring though. Had to limp this truck along to try to get to that. So that's the reason for the larger number there. Really, that's kind of the main points I wanted to touch on. And if there's anything that sticks out to you guys and you want to ask me about,
No, I don't.
No. I thought we had already talked. But
What the heck are you doing, Jeff?
What's the longevity of the transformer? I mean, you have Excel that's 1967, but what's the?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, in a perfect world, it's fully efficient when you load it down as much as you can. I don't think we've overloaded the transformer by any means, but I wish I could tell you a definite answer. 50 years.
Yeah.
That's a lot broad range, but that's what would.
When you say overload,
So
expand?
like a transformer is designed to be run at like 110% of its capacity so you lose majority of the losses on that piece. So it's designed to be run hard. But there was a stretch of time when Excel was on us that it really worked that transformer hard. Probably overloaded it for a stretch of time. But we have, every 3 years, we have a company come out and do maintenance on our substation. They were actually out 2 weeks ago and did a top to bottom inspection. They drained the oil out of our tap changer, which increases and decreases the voltage as demand rises and lowers. Minor things with that, you know, there's no concern immediately, but maybe the next maintenance round we might have to defer some parts. It won't be anything.
Do you defer the maintenance every 2 years?
3 right now.
3 right now. What's recommended to them?
2 to 3 years.
2 to 3 years.
They actually, well, 5 is the standard. They've recommended, since ours is of that age, that it's every.
Okay.
Any other questions for John?
I have a question, and I don't know if it should be for John or you, Dan. If we are in a position where we can transfer 1.1 out of the electric, I have been asked and foresee myself getting asked again, how as a resident do you not form the opinion that you're being overcharged? If we can take 1.1 million out of that account. If you were in my seat, how would you guys respond to that?
Well, I think it's a pretty simple response, and yes, you've been overcharged through the years. I were, proposing no rate increase this year. The utility company does increase their rate. And a budget is prepared on the it's not considered a part of that revenue that we're projecting here today. Have increased in revenue. Historically, the electric are as the budget on expense, where it has very conservative, not adding to your fund. But yes, I mean, fundamentally, an overcharge. Sure, and that's why the recommendation will be not to pass on all of the no, it's the bottom line to it is it has been very well managed through. Tough decision. We means we can't start the street project, or we would have. But we shared the finance, leaving enough unbalance with rate increases and make on comfortable in case there is a traffic loss. So to answer your question, the simple is yes, there has been overcharge. That's why you get a fund balance. It wasn't designed. Intent. The reserve policy, our fund balance reserve policy, definitely we look at that the next year's operating budget that you need to maintain 4 months worth. So budget, and third of that. So I mean, you also need to have some capital. $1.5 to $2 million. So you should be having a fund balance of. I believe if you look at the statement that was prepared, I think the fund balance was underneath the $6 million. However, from a cash basis, it's much higher. Why does it look the difference of because just fiber optics that needs $2 million, so it does negative balance. Then there's another loan that City Council had passed. $1 million. Is it quick? Now we're starting to get the full amount of tax increment from that district this year. That being able to pay the electric fund 4% interest. So in our financial plan, that revenue put it in.
Reserve.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Our policy is 4 months plus your next year's debt payment. That's kind of where
So I guess that leads to my next question. With a capital improvement request from 25 to 33 for a 4.5 million that it's gonna need in capital. Are we better off, rather than a transfer, a interdepartmental loan, rather than the straight up transfer? Because we're gonna need that money, from the years 25 to 33.
Again, go back to the financial plan that was presented. There are some increases that are going to. Here's the bigger question: to do a loan, how do you pay the loan back?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is, you would need to raise your levy to get back that $1 million plus interest. 4%. Order, I usually use 5% at 1.6 million. Well, 1.5 in that you're going to end up. Probably you got an additional 1.5% levy increase. And if the city council's, willing to do that, we can't this year, but one way or the other, it's unfortunately it's residents. Well, again, this $1.1 million transfer is a one-time. Moving on, that's where the plan of the 2% increase that's dedicated and covered from that point. There's a decision that's out there that as we go through the capital improvement plan, that if it is the desire not to do the transfer, we certainly have the right to not do the street improvements that we have in the CIP
For a interdepartmental loan from a city enterprise fund to a city general fund, do you have to charge interest?
I don't think there's anything statutorily that tells us that we have to charge an interest.
I appreciate that.
And on the, how much of North St. Paul is buried, and how much is aerial for residents?
Well, you're talking about like the high voltage is probably 50-50 versus area it's 30% or
30% buried?
40% on the secondary side, so lower voltage.
For
With
the
the main
houses?
line. Yeah, well, yeah, main to the houses or to feed points for the houses.
30% buried.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
There, the work to get more buried, or is aerial still perfect? I know that we have a lot of trees in North St. Paul, a lot of branches, and different things like that. Has there been to work to try to get more buried for residents? Or is it kind of the way it is, aerial's aerial, it's gonna stay aerial?
It's, so when it comes to like a high voltage line, that's our goal every year is to bury. We look at different areas, this overhead underground. So every year we do projects like that. When it comes to residential services and mainline service wire, it's difficult because from a place of not only the cost for us to bury those lines, but also a house serviced has a meter that needs to accept our underground wires, and you're either charging the residents for every service, or each service needs to be paid by a resident, and then they have to hire an electrician to do the inside work to upgrade their meter box and their panel, or do you eat it as a utility and it's a price.
So the box in the house could be different if it's burial or?
Yes, so there's many old meter boxes on the system that they're no bigger than the meter hardly. We can't run underground wire into those. Every service we run underground is set for 200 amp wire, 4-aught. It's pretty large. We require a 200 amp meter box on the house to install wires. You don't have to have a 200 amp service panel, but it does cost money to get a 200 amp. Now there's a code out there to have bypass in the meter box and a disconnect. And that's
Just got to ask that, aerial is gonna still be, or people are planning on getting things more buried to residential. Just we
slowly pick away at it.
Okay.
If people want services, we'll do them.
Okay, thanks.
Quite a few.
One more, if you don't mind. Depending on what happens later today, and I know no one knows what the outcome of it is, we are going to be getting a presentation about the 120 corridor. The lines on the west side of 120, are those a North St. Paul line? And will this project potentially have great or little to no impact on you?
The ones on the west side are St. Paul, and there's actually some on the east side too, not the main ones that run north-south, but yeah, I mean, I couldn't put a number on it, but it would all depend on how the corridor shapes out. If, I heard it was a walking trail that would potentially, then there's lighting along the walking trail.
And this will be kind of my initial big project like that. Is funding like that on a project like that? Is there assistance? I mean,
I don't know,
because this would be a project funded by the county, correct?
And I don't know a lot about the project.
Your state? Okay.
Yeah.
County's right there. Everybody together.
I see on your memo that you have EV charger on there. I think there's quite a bit of grants out for that right now, so I passed a lot for EV chargers, so might be able to recoup some.
Yeah, I haven't really been involved in the selection of those yet.
Question to both of you. I don't know if the city council is aware, there is a certain percentage, I think, has to be spent in energy conservation type of methods. So this EV station would count towards that. For grant, then there'd have to be somewhere else that energy conservation.
I don't know
if money can be spent for that, because you're not saving any energy necessarily by plugging the vehicle in, but yeah.
And if it doesn't qualify, then yeah, then a grant would.
Oh yeah, there's both phases of the 7th Ave reconstruction. There's will be infrastructure upgrades rather than not having. We won't have to essentially dig up birds again.
All good.
John, thanks.
Thank
you.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Come on down, Mr. Public Works Director Ron Ritchie.
That's a long wait. You guys are icing me out.
Mm-hmm. No.
There you go. We're done. We're done.
All those in favor?
Ron is going to cover the water fund, the wastewater fund, and the surface water fund.
Yes, so, thanks for having me. Any questions that you guys have along the way here? I got a lot of stuff to go over. I'll try to make it quick. What do we got till 6:30?
25.
6:25?
You only have 5 minutes.
I only have 5 minutes. All right, water. Obviously our main goal, provide safe and reliable water service to the city of North St. Paul. What's great about North St. Paul, we don't chlorinate any of our water, which we're one of like a couple of cities in North St. Paul that are left with that. So anytime we do a street project or anything like that, we're super careful on what we do and make sure the contractors are super careful so we don't have to go to something like that. If we had to chlorinate our wells or chlorinate our water, it'd be a kind of a big deal. So, and an added expense. A lot of the stuff that, or a lot of the money or our budget here, for what we do for maintaining our system, we do well rehabs on our water wells. That goes off of kind of how much they're pumped or how much you use them. They're usually every 5 to 7 years, where the whole well gets pulled out. The wells in our St. Paul are roughly about 450 feet deep. We have 5 well houses in North St. Paul, 2 water towers. In the CIP, when we start talking about that, we'll next week, but there's kind of plans in the future for additional water, or not an additional one, to replace the water tower. We just need some more capacity. Not because increased people, but we've kind of been under for fire, and there's a whole formula that goes with the storage, and we're under capacity for that storage. The tank on the north side of town is a 300,000 gallon tank that would get replaced with a 750,000 gallon tank. It's been this way for a long time. It's just something that we have budgeted for, we're looking for in the future that we may do. But again, we can talk about that in the CIP. Our well buildings, a lot of the well buildings have not been rehabbed or anything done actually with the building, so that we put some extra money in the budget for that to do kind of each year. And we're not doing major tear downs of the buildings. It's more, just kind of dusting them up, cleaning them up, just to make them, look nice. Fire hydrant repairs. Fire hydrants in town, we have a lot of really old fire hydrants, a lot of fire hydrants that we open up that spray all over the place. There are some Iowa fire hydrants. The cost of fire hydrants has doubled just in the past few years. So just the cost of a fire hydrant and parts is about $6,500. It used to be about $3,000. And then if we can install them or replace them, we try to do that. But having a contractor do that, it's probably another $6,000 to have one of those hydrants put in. So with the budget we have, with the water, we got to kind of work within that. But there's a lot of things that are very expensive, for the water service part of it. Water main breaks. We have actually a line item now or we put it in the CIP, right, Dan? For water main, I think for water main breaks, and I wanted it kind of I wanted it line itemed out because if we have like a water main break on a county road, I believe we had one a couple of years ago, and it was in the intersection of South and McKnight. I think the whole thing, the loops for the electric we had to take out, the repairs in the road, we have to concrete the road in the winter and then come back, tear it back out and bring it back to spec. It ended up being like a $35,000 repair by the time it was all done. And for like in one of our line items for just water repairs, we have like $40,000 for the whole year. So a water main break and we fix our own water main breaks. We don't contract that out. We checked into that before. And one of the biggest things is the timing of when they could get out to do it. And the other thing, the expense of it to do. I mean, it's about an average of $20,000, $20,000 to $25,000 to have a water main break repaired, and it could be 24 to 48 hours before they could get out. So we do repair all of our own water main breaks. We have our the equipment to do that. Something so we can take care of that and get residents, back in water service as quickly as we can. Water meters and the radios that we have, they were installed about 14 years ago. We switched everything over from the old meters to a new electronic meter and the electronic reading. those meters have a 20-year life to them. There's a battery in them and in the radio, so again, we'll be talking about this in the CIP, but that's going to be something that we're going to have to go through and replace all the meters in town over a 3 to 4 year period. There's, I think, the $4,500 or 4,500 residents or hookups that we have for them. Each setup right now is probably $350, $400. So you can kind of do the math on that, what that will be, and then to go in and replace all these meters. But that's something that planning for in the CIP. Manhole structures. There's the manhole structures. The castings are metal. We put down a lot of salt in the. Well, I shouldn't say we put down the minimum salt we can to make things safe, but it's a double-edged sword because we want to make the road safe for everyone, but that does wreck our infrastructure. The catch basins, our manhole structures, the growth that these were put together with. A lot of manhole structures that we have were built with bricks, brick and mortar over the years. Salt eats mortar like crazy, so you can open up any manhole that we have and there's not in good shape. So again, with the budget that we have to work with instead of digging a lot of these up, digging the whole thing up, there's some companies out there that rebuild them from the inside. They kind of make a form, pour concrete around it, and it's maybe a $2,500 repair versus a $12,000 to $15,000 repair. But there's a lot of that stuff in the water side of things. Now there's manholes for water, there's manholes for sanitary sewer, and there's manholes for storm sewer. So in each one of these budgets, that's across the board in all those. It's one of those has many of those manholes. Lead service line inventory. It's a mandate from the state that's got to be done, which every resident or every service in town, we have to try to find out whether there's a lead service. We don't have great records of that from over the years. This can be accomplished in a couple ways. Scratch tests. There's some water tests that they don't work really well, but this has got to be done by October, I think 16th of 24. So we're working with WSB, our engineering firm, with coming up with a plan because we have to try to inventory all those. The hard part about it is it has to be on the, it's got to be on the residents in North St. Paul own their whole service. You have a curb stop in your yard or a water shutoff in your yard. So it could be different from the water service out to the main, from the water, and then from the water service to going into your house. It can be two different things. So to try to find out what is on the side going from the curb stop to the main, they're even talking about having to excavate to try to find out what those are. Obviously, this won't get done in a year, but we have to, we know or we don't know, kind of come up with a list, and this is statewide, everyone's got to do this. But again, that's something that is coming up that we have to work on before. I know I'm kind of flying through this quick. Any questions so far, or anyone has any questions on any? I know there's an increase in contractual service. This is for rebuilding some manholes. We're trying to, replace so many each year to have contractors work on those to help us out. We just don't have the capacity. We do fix some. We take a few weeks out of the year and send our guys out, send crews out doing that. But just to try to stay on top of those, because when we have bricks falling in, they fall down into our sewers and going through and trying to stay on top of that as best we can. Yeah, that's kind of a quick thing on water. Any questions? Okay, wastewater. I guess wastewater, the biggest thing with wastewater that we work on each year is trying water infiltration into our sanitary sewer lines. that is by replacing structures, castings. They have sealed lids now that they put in that they never had years before. They used to have lids with even holes in them for the pick. There'd be vented ones, but any rain that goes down gets in your sanitary sewer system. We pay for that water exiting town. There's a big meter. All of our sewage flows down to at council. So we have a big meter that exits town, and that meter, that's how we get billed for our sewage for the year. I believe it's about roughly a little over $1 million to get rid of that. So anytime when we have a street project or a road project, everything is spec, or you have to put in these lids that there's basically a rubber gasket on it. It just helps with that I&I or that infiltration of that. Sanitary, the sewer cleaning and televising. Our policy for the city is we get through the city once every 3 years. We're through the whole city, so we're on a 3-year rotation for that. That is our policy. So if there's a sewer backup in someone's home, the insurance companies, they call us. We give them all the information. They want to know the date we were out there, the last time we were out there cleaning it, what we used to clean it, all the information we can. And because we can't prevent what gets put down in that sewer, and you can't believe what gets put down in the sewer, but we stick with our policy. Is something that we are very diligent about, making sure that these lines get cleaned at once every 3 years for sure. We hired a company, HydroClean, the last couple of years that come in. They are helping us doing some cleaning and televising everything that we have. This televising shows us, this helps us for future projects. If we're coming up to a road project, or if we're going to do a street maintenance overlay project, we might have an opportunity to go in there and say, hey, this sewer is in good shape. There's not a lot of humps or ups and downs in it. And we can have that sewer lined without digging that up. And that sewer gets lined, and it's like a brand new sewer. And a lot of the problems that we have are roots going in the sewer. Sewer pipe back in the day, they were clay pipe. There are 3-foot sections. They just got put together, stuck together. There was no real, seal on there, and roots get in there, and that's kind of the number one problem for sewer backups. Also, we have four lift stations in town. Lift station basically is a lower part of town that where all the main sanitary sewer lines are higher than that area. So there's a lift station where a certain neighborhood will flow into that, and then it's just a big catch basin, and once it gets to a certain height, then it gets pumped up and pumped out into the whole system in town is gravity fed. Our system is gravity fed, so everything is sloped out to where it runs out. So there's 4 areas in town that have lift stations so we can accommodate these lower areas. These lift stations, obviously, if they stop working for any reason, we could be in danger of a neighborhood having sewer backup. All right, so this is hooked to a SCADA system, which we monitor, which monitors our wells that pump, which monitors those lift stations. So we have maintenance that's done on that. We're in the process right now of kind of upgrading some of the software and the SCADA stuff on there, so we can really monitor these a lot closer. In the 15, 16 years I've been here, we used to go out, there's a red light on them. If there's something wrong, that would be flashing. You'd go in there, open the doors, try to figure out what was wrong, but someone would have to call and say, hey, this is flashing. We'd have guys come in on the weekends to go through and check these, make sure everything was working. But with these SCADA systems that we have now, we can do it. Guys can do it right off their phone. Every one of the guys on the crew has it on their phone. There's a calling list. It goes Randy or myself, Randy, and then it goes down the list, and it goes to our call center that calls us. So we get emailed, we get text, we get called, we get whatever it might be. So the SCADA system, keeping that thing up and current and running, is super important to assure that we minimize any backups that anyone has, or people have water, or if a well stops working or anything like that. Yep. Yes, for sanitary sewer, that's kind of the main things we do with that. Any questions on that? Am I really talking too fast?
No, you're doing good.
You're doing great.
Do such a good job, it's all flowing.
That was good. That was
Yeah.
good.
Little dad joke, huh?
Yeah.
Totally.
Now on to surface water.
Surface water. Surface water, we work with our engineering service to keep compliant with our MS4 permitting, illicit discharges, people dumping oil down storm sewers. You know, it's the salt's going down the storm sewers. Again, it's a double-edged sword. You know, all the salt we put down into mountain, going down the storm sewers, each way at storm sewers. But now, the big thing with stormwater stuff right now is when we do a road project, they have these formulas. It's way over my head. It's all engineering stuff, but you have to collect a lot of this rainwater that comes off the roads. And you'll see a lot of the rain gardens they talk about, these ponds they put in. And what those things ultimately do is they filter a lot of the bad stuff out before it hits our sanitary or storm sewers and it goes into our ponds. So when you do a road project, like one of the 7th Avenue road projects, we end up buying a house, tearing it down, putting a storm pond in, and that was all per their calculations that you have to do for amount of road surface you're replacing and doing. But in these ponds, they plant certain plants that go around these things, and those have to be maintained. And years ago, the Public Works would try to go maintain these. These would get overgrown. We didn't know what plants or what. They might plant 1,500 plants or 1,200 plants. Myself included, go out there and be like, all right, let's pull all this stuff out. We can't have this and can't have that. And we probably pulled out 75% of the good stuff and left the weeds because we don't know what the heck is what. So anyway, we have hired a company over the years because all the ponds, each year that goes on, or each road project that goes on, we have more ponds to maintain. So there's a company that does this. Prairie Restoration, they come in by Silver Lake, all these biofiltration ponds that go in, and they get maintained properly. This year was the first year. They've been doing it over the years. They usually do it when a new project goes in because it needs to be maintained for like 2 years per the project. But we just have those on. There's something that we add. This is a $20,000 for pond vegetation management that we added so they get maintained properly. A lot of these you can't drive equipment in them because a lot of the ponds, they dry out or they drain out the bottom. There's drain tile and stuff in them, so the ponds end up being dry ponds at the end of the day. So there's a lot going on, or a lot to them with that. Street sweeping. The watershed district wants us to sweep more and more and more. They want us to get out and get stuff, swept up as best, as often as we can. We, the city of North St. Paul, we do a really good job of it. A lot of cities, they get out, 2 or 3 times a year. We, on average, are out 5 to 7 times a year sweeping. The big cost with this stuff is getting rid of your street sweepings. It's really hard to get rid of your street sweepings. We actually haul our stuff to Mora. I probably shouldn't be saying this to other cities. Yeah, but we save about $1,000 a load by hauling it to there. In time, if we hauled it over here out to Burnsville, would be our closest spot. It's like $1,200. We get rid of it for like $230 a load. It's a little drive, but it's getting rid of it. So street sweeping is a big thing with the stormwater stuff. Again, catch basins. We could have our whole crew all year just work on catch basin rebuilding because they're metal structures with concrete. Again, all the salt runs down them. So yeah, that's kind of a quick overview of that.
Any questions for Ron?
Yeah.
Should I start over?
Yeah, that first point.
Yeah.
did an excellent job. You got no questions?
Thank you.
Either you did it or we're thoroughly confused.
Yeah.
You pick.
So we had two other funds to go over, solid waste and fiber optics. We kind of covered them, begin, in the very beginning, the opening. Solid waste and fiber optics will have no increase in the rates. Solid waste, a couple of the drivers, 3% increase for our vendor that provides the service, and a 17.5% increase in tip. So we're basically going to use some of the fund balance in there instead of solid waste. Solid waste has allows us to be able to. Fiber optics, again, we're $2 million short. Take us about 20 years up we're going to finally get that one break even. Collectively, overall, we get 6 enterprise funds, 2 of which are going to be requesting rate increases, wastewater and surface water of 4%. This throughout all of the discussions. We have a special meeting on Monday where we'll just focus on the capital improvement plan. All department heads are required to be there. Please be prepared with all of your questions. So it's not us presenting, it's us explaining and answering all of your questions and making sure we'll make any adjustments in the capital improvement plan after that meeting and then the impacts that it'll have on our budgets. In the last, or in the only meeting that we're going to have in November, we'll cover internal service funds, special revenue funds, and show you the changes in the fee schedule. And then the first meeting in December is our truth and taxation. The second meeting in December is approving everything. Improvement plan. And we got 2 minutes to spare.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Business that we have to worry about? No, we're good to go.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Get motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved. Councilmember Swear. Second, Councilmember Norby. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you much. We'll adjourn for a few minutes and start the council meeting.
The worst thing you've seen.
Who's coming in with the comment? Crowd. There you are. How are you? Great. I will call the meeting to order at 6:33. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, gang? Put your hands over.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Cole?
Here.
Councilmember Schwer?
Here.
Councilmember Wong? Here. Councilmember Nordby?
Here.
Mayor Mundy?
Here. Can you get a motion to adopt the agenda, please? So moved. So moved. Councilmember Cole? Second. Second. Councilmember Norby. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Presentations. You're up.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for having me today. I'm Henry Schneider of Open Window Productions, and we had the very fine pleasure of producing a video for the city. There's in fact 2 videos that we have to share with you guys today. The first one is a full 2.5-minute version, well, not quite 2.5 minutes, close to 2.5 minutes, that showcases all that the city has to offer for businesses and for residents alike. And then for the short version, it promotes more in a generic sense the city as a whole. So if you like, I can begin with presenting the full version. And is it going to go on the monitors if I share my, should I share my screen? Is that what I have to do? No? And hopefully there's not an audio delay. Muted, okay.
Get your feedback.
So it's the best way to get the audio.
Unfortunately, we don't have our normal system. We're using this temporary still because of our issues.
Let me share one more time and check audio sharing settings.
Okay. This isn't our normal
Here we go.
situation.
It may not have had audio checked.
Okay.
Thriving businesses. Paul is a place where history meets opportunity, right in the...
Well, that sounds like it might be the best that we're going to get for this right now.
That's fine.
Thriving businesses are a hallmark of society. In the city of North St. Paul is a place where history meets opportunity, right in the heart of the Twin Cities metro. Here, you'll find a supportive local government and a small-town feel with big city amenities. North St. Paul has an excellent infrastructure, including easy access to major highways, as well as a variety of commercial properties to suit businesses of all types and sizes. From public transportation, our own private utilities, and outstanding public safety, North St. Paul is built for business.
The city has been fantastic at reaching out, and the police force came in, the fire department would come in after the inspections and just shop with their family. And it just felt like we certainly belonged here, and they gave a ton of support.
North St. Paul is a city on the rise with a rich history and a promising future.
What I can tell you, having been here for a year now, and then the development process before that, this city gets it. In the town itself, they are really excited to see the revitalization that's taking place. And they're loyal. They want to see local businesses succeed. North St. Paul is clearly open for business.
But it's not just about business. It's about community too. North St. Paul is known for its robust community engagement and lively events. From the History Cruisers car shows and music in the park to the Fall Roundup Parade, there's always something happening here.
I've been in North St. Paul since 2007. They're doing a lot of stuff, a lot of different things with apartments they're building in downtown. They're fixing the streets, so they're bringing in more people into town. And they've got the car show in every Friday night throughout summer, which is a phenomenal event for everybody to come down and see all the classic cars. The whole street is, it's got different people serving foods and stuff, so it's like a little great fair every weekend.
It's time to bring your business to North St. Paul and become part of our thriving business community. Contact us today to learn more about the opportunities that await you here.
So obviously a little audio delay there with the playback, but people who see it through social media, through your email thumbnails, through all the different places that you guys are going to be able to share it, they'll get the full experience. If there's any questions, I can answer those, or I can move on to the short version of the video as well.
Very good. Please continue.
You cut that ribbon very well, Mayor.
Thank you.
All right, so this is the short version, 30-second version, so a little bit more shareable.
When was the last time you came to North St. Paul? It's time to rediscover Minnesota's oldest bar. Rediscover the restaurants and the delicious food. Rediscover something sweet. Rediscover the parks, lakes, and trails. Rediscover the events and community. Rediscover North St. Paul.
That one obviously a little bit less focused specifically on business, so it works more universally, something that can go out really for any purpose and really just highlight all that the city has to offer, whether you're trying to promote upcoming events or do a generic promotion to call out the city. That one should work really well, particularly on digital platforms, but really anywhere. Questions, thoughts, feedback? Thanks for letting me have my kids present.
Oh, you're glad to have them.
Yeah.
No, it's awesome. Very good. Both of them were.
Thank you.
I like the, right to the point. It's be good for social media. Catches your eye. Skateboarders, all the different things we're doing now.
Yep. Awesome. My pleasure.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And you guys have all the files, so you're able to utilize those. And if there's any follow-up questions, we're available to answer anything that you guys need help with.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Big game.
Bye.
Bye. Big guys.
Tough act to follow. Just saying.
It's getting worse when you can bring the kids with.
I know.
To get the guitar out, play a little.
I brought my son one time for
There
a
you
school
go.
project. Okay,
All right.
so I probably don't need to be sitting up here the whole time. This is really just a brief introduction on the next agenda item for staff from MnDOT, consultants from MnDOT to present to you kind of their interim progress so far on the Trunk Highway 120 study, which is generally, I'll have more detail, but from on the south end of the study is Highway or Interstate 94. On the north end of the study is Interstate 694, right? So it's a lot more than just North St. Paul, but they're going around to all of the cities and providing an update on where they are right now in the process and what's yet to come. And I think there's been some public engagement already and certainly more to come as well too, but they're going through the process of evaluating different alternatives, kind of, you start with everything on the table and start narrowing it down. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Travis and Ryan from MnDOT. I'll let them introduce themselves. We also have Adam Josephson, who's from MnDOT as well in the audience. You guys are ready? Is technology
We're going to see.
with us?
We're going to see. Just a quick note on our side, we're still don't have our board for our soundboard, so we're up here at the table with just our media thing there. So everybody can talk loud, and we apologize because we're still waiting on parts.
Great. See if we can share. Go right to the PowerPoint.
There you go.
This.
All right. All right. If you want, we have to say
Stick around. All right. Well, good evening, everybody. I'm Ryan Coddington. I'm a project manager at MnDOT. With me tonight is go ahead, Travis.
Travis Weaver, project manager for WSB.
And of course, Adam Josephson is the East Area Manager. He's in the audience tonight. So thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. Like Morgan kind of stated, it's kind of an interim update. So why don't we go to the next slide there, Travis? So just a little bit of background. Like Morgan stated, it goes from 94 on the south all the way up to 694 on the north. A few years ago, we scoped a project at MnDOT to look at the pavement and the aging infrastructure. We quickly realized that there's a lot more to the story than just pavement and signals that is needed out here. And so we started a comprehensive study of the area, and we've been working on that since 2020. And so we're stepping through the process. So
kind of, this is not news to anybody, but this is kind of the existing conditions of 120. It's a two-lane roadway with shoulders. Residential and commercial accesses, there's lots of them. And with those businesses and commercial accesses, there's both mail service and garbage service and other things that need to occur on that shoulder for those residents. There's a railroad crossing in the middle, and there's a lot of signalized intersections, lots of schools, very constrained right-of-way, lots of utilities, rural drainage, and a real lack of bike and pedestrian accommodations, and that's kind of what led us to start the study. So some of our stakeholder engagement that's happened to date, and it will continue. On there, we've talked to Med Transit about the transit service that runs along 120. We have a technical advisory committee meeting that meets once a month. Morgan sits on that for us, and so we've been meeting consistently for a while now. We also have a public officials meeting that meets periodically, and we'll have another one of those coming up. And oh, I missed one. Sorry. We did have a public open house kind of to kick off the second phase of the study. And we'll have more of those coming as well. We've also had a lot of engagement with our internal functional groups, both the geometric office and the MnDOT Bike and Ped, the ADA office, really trying to gather all that input to further our alternative development. So some of the key takeaways we've heard so far, and a lot of this probably isn't news, but we've heard a lot about safety for bikes and pedestrians. People really want to be able to use the corridor for more than just their cars. There's a lack of sidewalk and trail, so people really don't feel safe as they're walking or navigating that roadway. And then we heard a lot about congestion of the 120 and 36 interchange, which a lot of people, you're nodding your head, yes, we heard that. And there's a real need for vehicle safety as well, with those signalized intersections, really anticipating where people are coming from and knowing where to expect those cars to come out onto 120. Pavement condition is nearing the end of its useful life, and that's what led us to start this endeavor. And accessible improvements are important. Stormwater management is another big important consideration. Cost effectiveness, implementable is another important consideration on this study. Really, what's something that we can all shoot for that's manageable, that we can all hopefully deliver and make it a better road for everybody. And then the last one on here is something that the elected officials have brought to our attention is how do we future-proof, or how do we look at the future of this roadway, and as vehicles become connected or automated, is there infrastructure that might need to be implemented to make a smart corridor, kind of for that future vision. So that led us really to phase one of the study, and that was not Travis, that was a different consultant, and so this is kind of where we left off. So this was our primary and secondary needs. So really primary needs are things that we really should do or have to do on the next project, and then secondary needs are more would be nice to do, or other considerations, that kind of thing. They kind of fall into a secondary category. So our primary needs are vehicle safety, congestion at the Highway 120 and 36 interchange, walking and bicycling accommodations, pavement condition are our primary needs. And then our secondary needs are congestion and access at other locations where traffic backs up. With that, I'll turn over to Travis.
Sure. So from there, really, we started this study at that point, having the primary, secondary needs. And we wanted to look at the whole universe of alternatives, anything that might be possible along this corridor, what might fit. There were no bad ideas, but it all gets filtered and screened through this lens of the primary and secondary needs. If it doesn't address those, we rule them out. And that's really this first, what we'll be talking about, at the level one screening. But even prior to that, one of the things we looked at and talked about in those TAC meetings was the need potentially for a 4 or 5 lane section. We wanted to address that right away, and whether or not it would be warranted, if it'd be needed. And what we found through studies, initially we studied the traffic, the demand that's there today, the demand we're expecting in the future for growth, and whether or not we would have that traffic demand to need the capacity of the additional lanes along this corridor. And one of the things we initially found through those traffic studies is that it's not warranted, that we don't expect that traffic growth. It should be very stagnant. Its relation to 694, the fact that this corridor is largely built out, not a lot of high demand growth that would be coming that might increase this traffic by 30, 40% over the next even 30 years. So we looked at it through that lens. Is there a need for it? And then also looking at the right-of-way impacts. What would that mean? Right now we've got a very constrained right-of-way, as Ryan talked about, and some of the constraints. We have a 5-lane section there with turn lanes. We're talking pedestrian features. It's a 100-foot footprint. And you look at this entire corridor map kind of stacked on there. The red sections are areas that would have very significant right-of-way impacts, rows of homes that would need to be bought out, relocated, really not the appetite to go forward with something like that, especially when the demand or need isn't there for something that robust. So almost in a pre-screening phase, we eliminated the 4 or 5 lane section from further consideration in our level 1 screening. For the rest of level 1 screening, as I talked about, kind of the rest of the universe of alternatives. So taking anything, evaluating really the different lane configurations that we could have, and that might be kind of an existing 2-lane section, a 3-lane section, 2-lane divided, signals or roundabouts, and through the lens again of safety and operations, looking closely at the Highway 36 intersection from the operations there, eliminating the congestion, and then bike and ped options as well. Again, addressing those primary needs, and that's really what it was, and that's how they were screened. And so we'll talk about these in a little bit more detail here once we get kind of through high-level results. So we've completed our level 1 screening results. We looked at all of these different options, and there was a myriad of them. And really what came out of that met the primary and secondary needs were, from a typical section or lane configuration standpoint, was a 2-lane divided, which would provide a raised median in the middle, and I'll step through these, and a 3-lane section as well. At the major intersections that currently have signals, we evaluated if signals still operated effectively or roundabouts would operate. And really those were only evaluated again from a traffic and safety standpoint. And what was determined is that both operate effectively. And it's not looking at impacts, we'll look at that further down the road. In the Highway 36 intersection, we looked at both grade separated and also at grade options. So we wanted to make sure that there wasn't some new innovative intersection design that would meet the safety and the traffic needs. And what we found at looking at probably, I think, 8 different at-grade options, modifying, reconfiguring how that would operate, J-turns, different configurations like that, none of those at-grade options would either meet safety needs or the traffic congestion needs. So we're moving forward only with interchanges into the level 2 screening. And then lastly, the ped and bicycle options. What we found is that while we don't expect traffic growth, it's still a large volume of traffic that's out there, like 10,000 vehicles per day that we currently see. So it's not safe at that volume for bicycles to share the roadway in any configuration, whether it's shared, it's bike lanes, or even buffered bike lanes. It's best from a bike standpoint that they're off the road. So moving forward, looking at shared use path, off-street bike lanes, as well as sidewalks for ped and bike options, but not on street. So that's how we went through and really completed our level 1 screening of that. So to take a little bit deeper dive into the alternatives moving forward, I'll start with that 3-lane option. And in the upper right, it's probably a little bit tough to see, but you can kind of see the typical section configuration, how this might look. And so it's the 3 lanes, 1 lane in each direction, north and south, and then the center left turn lane. And it also includes shoulders on here. Ryan talked about a lot of access points for residences, for businesses, so garbage, postal services, making sure that there's safe space for that to operate with. We've got boulevards and then both pedestrian and bicycle facilities. We show a shared use path on one side or another. It really doesn't matter. The footprint would be the same, can be configured a lot of different ways, but just for the sake of illustration, we show it in one way. So this kind of promotes that full access to, still. That 3-lane section would not restrict side streets, driveways to right in, right out. You'd be able to go left in and out, as we kind of show and illustrate on the bottom left as the layout would dictate. When we look at the 2-lane with raised median, it's a little bit differently. Here we've got 1 lane in each direction, and again, we've got the center median, and that promotes a little bit more access control. So we'd have right in, right out at minor side streets, at driveways. And so what it makes up for in probably safety, really there's some access inconvenience. So someone trying to take a left turn out of a side street will have to go, in this case, south, come around, make a U-turn at an intersection, a roundabout, or a signal, then to provide, to go north again. But this would also provide that same shouldering so that emergency vehicles would be able to pass stopped or stalled vehicles, as well as garbage and postal service as well. Kind of the compare and contrast with our 2 primary sections that we're showing. Mentioned along this 6-mile corridor, we have 14 signalized intersections right now that we're evaluating. And that's what we did, at least on a screening operational analysis, just making sure with the traffic volumes, we initially looked at would a roundabout operate? And that's really all we looked at. Further considerations are little bit more detailed traffic operations, looking at turn lane considerations, the right-of-way constraints. Will these different intersections fit? Will they modify access? How will they operate with bus, pedestrians? All of those things will be considered as we dig into this further. So on our options right now, we show roundabouts are possible at every intersection, but you know, whether the right-of-way impacts are going to be acceptable or not, or some of the other operations, that's what we need to dig in further as we move forward into the study. At Highway 36, as I mentioned, we're not going with that grade anymore, so just looking at the interchange options. So much more in-depth traffic operations, looking at property impacts. This creates, even in a tight area, a pretty large footprint to put an interchange in. So that's going to be a big consideration. The connection to Margaret Street here that currently exists, and looking at interchanges that can perpetuate that connection to Margaret Street. We've heard that feedback. The potential impacts and the continuity of the Gateway State Trail. There's a relatively new bridge. It's only 10 years old. So when this gets built, can we preserve that? How can we continue that? What would the interchange do to that? And we got to evaluate whether 36 would go over or under 120. We've got a very high water table in this area, and the feasibility and constructability of that is in consideration as well. And then the Glenbrook small area plan that is being completed as well. We haven't seen the results of that yet, but if there's going to be pieces of that that we want to incorporate or implement as part of the study as well. And so with the interchanges, we're going to be looking right away, at least initially, at 5 different configurations: the conventional diamond, you know, diamonds with roundabouts, potential for a single roundabout. You know, other considerations might be a single point urban or diverging diamond, but again, access, the size of these, their operations certainly be considered, and those are the things that we'll screen initially before we go into much detailed designs. So again, just kind of giving an overview of the different types of options that might be considered. So those were certainly the things that we're screening moving forward as we move forward in the study. And so really next steps for this study, you know, we're having these series of meetings. So we're going to meet North St. Paul, with Maplewood, with Oakdale, with Washington County, with Ramsey County, with Landfall. So we're going to meet with the cities and counties, provide this kind of midpoint update, and then come back to the elected officials group, which is, I guess, best described as the coalition of the cities and counties to help kind of propel and move this project forward. Give them an update as well. Then we'll go back to the public with our level 1 results, level 1 screening results, and then more detail on the options going forward, and then complete kind of our screening analysis. We're going to document the impacts, the issues, the benefits of all those things, hopefully with the outcome of narrowing this down even further to get something that we can fund, that we can implement to move forward in the next phases of an environmental document, something you can build a design project that we can move forward. So those are certainly the next steps that we'll be looking at probably over the next, I'd say, 6 to 9 months, you know, as this moves forward, I would say, Ryan. So that's kind of where we're at. We wanted to provide an update, answer questions today. So that concludes our presentation, but can certainly answer anything you might have.
Thank you very much.
I know there's always, there wasn't anything even on the horizon or anything.
So the only thing new was it was submitted for Quarters of Commerce, and it was evaluated. It wasn't selected, but it did go through that process. That was pretty much the newest update. Anything else that I know of?
Well, it's on the state body tour, as you probably know. Teaching that need. From that perspective.
Can I make 2 points of clarification with council and public's benefit? You asked me to sit up here.
I did. Come on.
So the Glenbrook small area plan that you mentioned, that is being conducted by the city of Oakdale, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Yep. So that's an Oakdale effort that's ongoing and will help to inform your efforts in the corridors. And then I just wanted to point out, you know, so you are not at the stage yet where you're really kind of determining pedestrian facilities, what side of the road, where exactly. You've got kind of these concepts.
but I just wanted to make mention for the council's benefit that, which has been discussed many, many, many times, certainly in the past, that Silver Lake Trail connection along the 120 corridor in some fashion, you know, that is encompassed with the corridor study. Now, a lot of these concepts, I don't know, you know, we go through them pretty quickly, even at the technical committee level. But they are showing an off-road trail, a shared use trail facility. I mean, right now, I think it's on the opposite side of the road of Silver Lake, and maybe that's okay and best. I think, you know, their efforts, future efforts will help to determine that, and help inform, you know, that component of kind of the overall vision, multimodal vision for the corridor. So I think it's just important for the council to know that a lot of times city council and city staff talk about the Silver Lake Trail as a standalone item. There is some component for this study which does encompass that kind of non-motorized transportation need in the area. And so whether it's on one side or the other, I think, you know, it'll be good to, again, continue to hear public feedback, continue to see how the MnDOT study shakes out, knowing that some version of that or a vision of that will be included, even though it may not be called the Silver Lake Trail, but it is in what they're looking at. Is that accurate representation?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. It's been
Any way
something
to
that more.
get that road a little bit farther to the east so we can have a regular pass around the lake?
Well, and with all these alternatives as well, what we're looking at, both those, either the 2-lane or the 3-lane, almost by happenstance, right now they have the same footprint from the edge of the shared use path, the edge of the sidewalk, the same width that we're looking at. And because in some areas we don't have that much right of way, we're going to look at centering the roadway and seeing how the impacts look on equal on both sides. We're going to evaluate shifting it to the west as well as shifting it to the east, and then kind of in a matrix looking at what those impacts look like. In some segments, as we've broken this up, it might be better and less impactful to shift it, you know, to the west to avoid full property buyouts that might happen on the east, or vice versa. So all of those things, you know, where it's going to fit best, we're going to look at kind of on a segment by segment approach. And we've broken that up, you know, through the 6 miles into 14 different segments, essentially between the signalized intersections and beyond as well. So to really break it down on where this best fits, and a lot of that would get determined in further projects and final design and preliminary design that would happen, you know, long beyond this study even. But we're going to at least take an initial glance at what that is and where it might, just to help inform future in environmental studies and projects going forward.
It was February, we had it at the Oakdale Nature Center.
Mhm. Yep.
Is there still the same passion for this project? Has it died down? Has it gotten more? Where are we at as far as the where it's at?
I think there's passion. I think the study's taken a while, right? You know, we kind of did it during COVID for phase 1, and that was problematic. But you know, we made it through that, and so I think we've heard very strongly that there's a desire to do something. I think the hard part we're going to run into is the funding aspect of it, and trying to find that gap that's going to exist between the MnDOT funding and what the study determines, right? And so trying to gather that momentum is going to be the challenge. But the more we talk to people, the more that we've had all these engagement efforts. I really just want to be able to walk. I want to be able to bike. I want to be able to use my street, and I don't want to be scared to come out of my house. And so we've heard that.
Okay. MnDOT, right? You're with. Now, has this been on the radar, or is this something that hasn't even have a date to look at as far as this project on your guys' side?
As mentioned, and you know, from a standpoint, one types of things this study is looking at are improvements to the core. Brian talked funding between improving the system.
Was this even on the radar for enhancement as far as MnDOT was looking at? It wasn't. So it's not like we're getting moved up. We're not even on the list yet.
Yeah, we're
okay.
Trying to
that's what I'm just trying to.
What the right vision is from the communities, vision, realizing that there's cost to that, and as a group, we keep bonding to her.
You guys aren't for or against it, it's just not on the radar yet, is what you're saying. Okay.
We don't, most of our program is here. Do some expansion projects.
That's good to know. So it's not like you guys go out and have a vision of things. It's more along the lines of somebody brings it up in the study and then it moves forward. It's not like it's you guys looking it over to decide which one you're gonna do major infrastructure to reduce on it.
We know we have to do projects out here.
Yep.
We know that the kids out here, a common vision.
That's what you do all the time. It's not like we're asking for something weird.
Some
Somewhat.
different corridors, you know, like this one, are elevated from that.
Okay.
A lot of corridors, say like 94. Adding in, we are adding in one area, but for the most part, we're just preserving.
Thank you.
I happen to live on 120 and my neighbors talk to me. Can you,
How come? Yeah.
I know.
I'm not gonna lie.
The biggest question I get is what sort of impact can they expect and where are the best places for them to have voices? And how does that process work for those that have property that border 120?
Right, so the best place they're gonna have impact is at the public meeting, when we're gonna have that to kind of, really, the whole point of the update was, to really look at kind of what alternatives we're looking at and see if there's something we didn't consider. Hey, guys, I don't know if I really agree with what you just said. Okay, then we can go back and reevaluate. And really to kind of bring them up to speed, and then they can share their feedback. We go through after the meeting, we summarize the feedback, and we take it real seriously and look at it and see how to incorporate that into the study.
Mm-hmm. Is it right away? If
Yeah.
right away changes, how does that affect residents? Is that an eminent domain? They have no choice? Is it?
So all the time there'd be a municipal consent process that takes place. If there is property needs that are needed, there's a process for that. And so then you go through that process. If you settle ahead of time, then there isn't that taking. If you do have to go to condemnation, then sometimes that
go to what?
Condemnation.
Okay.
Basically, that's part of what you were getting to. There's a process for that, and the property owners are compensated by the law, basically. But so yeah, it's a very specific process that we follow.
I want to say thank you for putting the energy and time and studying this corridor. It's definitely, and that intersection has been really dangerous. So it's been a big concern for us for a while now.
Yeah, go ahead, I'm
I
sorry.
think part of it is that I think people think it's further along than we are, because everybody's talking about like it's gonna, shovels will be next summer or spring.
Yeah, it's hard to get these things going, and really getting that common vision is really what we need. And so when we all are talking with the same vision, and the elected officials are going to that bonding session, and they have that shared vision that they're talking about, it's really going to help hopefully drive that conversation forward.
Yeah, no, and I just want to thank all three of you for coming tonight. It's always a topic that's on the mind of all the residents. Going back to well before I was on council, when 36 was originally dropped, the city lost a lot of access points. So 120 and 36 is very valuable to the access point for the city. We lost 3 access points at McKnight. We lost an access point at First. So we want to make sure that, we've got a seat at the table when it comes time to talking about what that intersection is going to look like, as it is a core concern for the city. So thank you for keeping everything moving forward. I think North St. Paul hosted a meeting almost a year ago now. I think Commissioner Karwowski took lead from Washington County to help facilitate. So, as long, we'll house. You want to have meetings, bring the public. We'd love to host.
Perfect. Yeah, and that was the whole intent of that Market Street connection. We've heard that loud and clear. And so that was, I know the Glenbrook area plan was with Oakdale, but how does that relate to the Market Street access, and how does those two line up? And all those considerations moving forward are very important, and definitely top of mind for us.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. think we're gonna have to put a camera if they do that big, huge roundabout.
Oh, I looked at that
Just to
thing?
take a look and see how people are gonna handle that one.
I'm screwed.
That looks like it's gonna be quite the thing. Maybe Dairy Queen can be right in the middle of it.
There you
That
go.
way you can swing around, get your order.
It's gotta be quicker than drive-through.
Yep, and make it a quick drive-through. All right, Robert, welcome.
I am.
Here you are.
Sure if I was summoned or invited myself. Here I am.
Either way, you're more than welcome. How's that?
Great. Mayor, council members, thanks for having me. Robert Dew, Chair of the EDA. Before I get on my spiel, you know, we talk a lot in our annual reports in the last couple of years, and we keep an eye on the 120/36 intersection, because that's access to the city. But just one note on that, and I know we're not going to speed MnDOT up, but we call that area down there Commerce Park. The old BP station that was there, city owns that now. Of course, there's the empty lot owned by a guy named Tom Jelonic, used to be United Rentals or something, fell down in the snowstorm. The circus buildings, I call them, that are up to the Burger King. All of that stuff, the remaining housing behind the senior facility there, none of that, including the bank property, developers, the general consensus out there with the development community is nobody is going to touch that with a 10. So MnDOT declares what's going to. So from a EDA's perspective, number one, don't lose access. Missed the ball on that in Marvin. Can't lose it there. And number two, so we can do something with all that dirt. A lot of it's ripe for some. Again, I'm not entirely sure the topic, you know, the intent of what I was supposed to cover tonight. We did have, I certainly relish the opportunity to address the council a little bit with some of what the EDA is doing. Also, you know, we did recently have, at our most recent EDA meeting, we had stuff where people, I mean, the council for not doing something, and you know, in hindsight, or with the benefit of hindsight, looking back and what's unfolded, I'm not entirely sure that's accurate or correct, but it was a driver for me, I think, to come here tonight and talk a bit about you know, what the EDA is doing. I will probably, I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of what unfolded specific with a property that we're trying to do with, and kind of how the interchange between EDA and council could be more effective. You know, so my hope is that however I might come across, the intent is how do we get better at what we do collectively within the and so I just saw this as a good opportunity to hit on a few things. You know, one thing that I uncovered in trying to put together some notes is that, and I kind of will take a fair amount of responsibility for this, is that when the EDA operates as a kind of an ongoing concern, you know, as does the council, but unlike the council, EDA has for about more on the EDA since it's in 2009, and on the predecessor to the EDA for 2 years prior. So, you know, whereas with the council and the mayor, I think I can't count the number of council members. I think the 5th city manager just during my tenure at the EDA. And sometimes I think we lose sight of the fact that, you know, we do things and operate and to fulfill our duties in a manner based on having the historical information and what have you, but don't realize that there might be a significant information gap. I mean, things we know or think we know, what the council lot of, historical information on activities and things that have been done on some of these. And so one of the things that, has become clear to me is that collectively, we need to do better at that. And when I say we, collectively, but mostly the EDA, in making sure that, when we're asking council for something, that, we're conscious that, you guys may not have the historical information that we're making decisions on. And I've kind of discovered, even with our council representatives, the mayor and Councilmember Cole, we've done some things, or we are discussing things or move through things quickly at the table, which might be easy for me or, and Barry Furlong and a couple others that have been there for a long time, because we know all the history. We don't take time to, that is something that caused a little bit of ruckus at our last meeting, I think, and when I try to digest that and, how do we find ourselves in the spot, it's clear to me that if collectively we could institute some better processes about how we treat the parcels at the city, how we manage them, not only from the standpoint of what do we want to happen with them, but what has happened with them and creating a process within the city. I talked to Brian about that yesterday, about creating processes. What does the city council require for, development activities? If we can be more forward thinking about that, I think it will serve, because there'll be a point on the continuum, from my perspective, hopefully very soon, where I won't be at the table and it'll be somebody else, and others will be in your chair, to be able to pass this information on or have good processes to know that we've got checks and balances and what's happening. Find ourselves at a point where we have, diverging interests, if you will, between council expects or wants or desires or thinks is happening and what's actually occurring, in the EDA. Does that make some sense to the group, or? Okay. One thing that I did want to point out, one thing that, is regardless of what goes on in the back and forth, one thing that's abundantly clear to me, and we've always, we being the EDA, have always operated in this manner, is that we understand that almost everything we do requires a council approval. The EDA is not running rogue and doing whatever they think is right. We've done a lot of work over the years to, create things that help us understand what the vision and buy-in from the community. Master plan probably being a decent and relevant document to help us do that. So we're not trying to do things that are at odds. And so, and we've always tried to operate in that manner. And so, and hopefully that anytime there's a concern, please understand that, but certainly on us, or however that works, to the council representatives, to when haywire here, need to before I kind of get into some of maybe the specifics of property, which is what caused some of the ruckus. We have the EDA, and I know a couple new council members, so I'm not sure how familiar you are with the EDA, what we do, what we're supposed to be doing. There's, it's not my intent to spend the entire evening. EDA does, but I did want to kind of summarize a little bit for those that are kind of new to it, if you will. And what I just gave you, I printed directly just off the city's website. Summary of what the EDA is charged with, what our powers and duties are, and the things that, we're supposed to be doing. And for me, the key takeaway of the handout I just gave you is, the purpose of the EDA is to precipitate future development, increase tax base, promote employment, and enhance overall quality of life in a conscientious and coordinated effort. When you get into the, some of the specifics, when you look under powers and duties, it talks about creating and defining economic development districts, negotiating options to purchase, sell, lease, acquire rights and easements for economic development purposes, or into contracts. As limited partner, there's a lot of things that, the scope of what we're able to do as an EDA is fairly broad, but again, none of that stuff really happens without the consent and approval. And so where we've gotten, at least recently, have gotten a little sideways on some of this is, myself included, but others on the EDA, at times have felt a little tethered in our ability to execute what we're supposed to be doing. I don't blame anybody at this table or the EDA table as far as that goes. It's really just a function of not having, good processes in place and setting and doing a few things that I think would help that a great deal. One of the I did want to say, as I was looking through this last night, there's little, if anything, that the EDA on this list in terms of what we're supposed to be doing or should be doing, that we haven't done or aren't doing at this point. I think the only thing I saw on that list is about owning a parking ramp and running a parking ramp or something. We haven't done that yet. We have no parking ramp. May operate and maintain public parking facility, housing facility. That we have not done. But just about everything else on that list, we either do on the regular or, we've done in the past or we are doing. The video you watched earlier, that was, the genesis of that was at the EDA. Paid half of it. Whoever's paying. Which is, again, part of the, growing North St. Paul and changing perceptions of, what the city. But as we, we're always open to scrutiny, certainly, things come across your table that we may be involved in. One of the things we do need that we prefer and want to avoid if possible is particularly when it comes to dealing with developers is undue diligence. When we deal with commercial developers, we understand that they don't, the pace at which they desire to move and want to move and regularly move squarely at odds with how any government moves. We understand that, and most of them understand that too. But for us to be able to be effective with, developers, particularly outside developers. When I say outside developers, I'm talking about developers that don't have connections. Number of people in this town, including myself, that have some tie here and have developed property in this town. They're a little bit easier to deal with. They understand. But when we're trying to get big money investment, private money investment from the outside to North St. Paul, there's just a lower level of tolerance and patience for foot dragging as they see it. We need to find ways to act quickly if of guidelines that we have. And what happened recently is we got a little bit sideways on that across the street, and I'll talk about that on it. One of the spots that we don't, what kind of unfolded the other day is one of the spots that we get in is that the EDA and its members are trying to execute what they believe their responsibilities are, and then when they get throttled or feel like we're being held back, from executing what we need to execute. And in this case, again, it was, at the time, it was a perception of the council. That wasn't, in hindsight, that wasn't the case at all. But that's how it came across. Well, it's important that we understand that the people on the EDA, you know, those folks are, you know, possess a high level of expertise in a number of areas, you know, development, finance. They're all volunteers. And the spot we don't want to find ourselves in is where we've got this good brain trust down there trying to execute, you know, what they've been asked to execute, spending their, you know, personal time and capital to get that they feel like they're being, really have to be cautious of that, in my opinion, because of that, if that kind of vibe is out there, it's going to be very tough to get people to serve things at the EDA. So to kind of cut to the chase on what happened the other day real quick is, or at our last EDA meeting, the EDA had presented a memorandum of understanding for the parcels that are owned by the city across the street. And we had approved it and we forwarded it to council. The reason we forwarded it to council, EDA does not control that property. The EDA is entitled to some entity within this. So we needed to get the council approval on that document. And we did that as a matter of course because, you know, technically we have the authority by here, but we don't own the property, so we need to get it to council. A fairly simple document. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I think it went to a council workshop. Maybe there wasn't a quorum. There was some discussion about it, and then ultimately, I'm going to blame myself because I missed the first EDA meeting in many, many, many months in September, and I came back in October thinking this thing was executed and down the road, and it wasn't. And you know, so I was trying to figure out what happened. However it got sideways doesn't matter. The point being is that if the EDA had the authority to do that, which is what you're asking us to do, not here to sign MOU, you know, and work on developing properties, you rely on the EDA to do that. We got to find a way to get the EDA the full authority to do that on the parcels that we need to be able to act, and we need to be able to possible. And the MOU in this case is it's a very simple document if you're not familiar with it. It's a document that basically, in the case of the property across the street, it says, Mr. Developer, we will agree that for a period of time, in this case, I think it was 3 months, we will not engage with others in an attempt to convey, sell that property or develop it with somebody else. We'll give you the exclusive right to work on it, and we won't cut you out from under your feet. In exchange, you will go spend the time, money, and resources to put your stuff together and bring it back to us to see if you have some reasonable conceptual plans, finances, etc. And then it takes off from there. I mean, the EDA needs the ability to do that, quite frankly, on every property that the city owns. Don't kind of tie in the EDA's hands. Got to figure out a way to get if that's in fact what you want the EDA. You know, the request, you know, so this request comes back, and next thing we hear is that there's, and again, I'm not sure the current status of this. It doesn't really matter, but you know, we're getting appraisals, we're replatting the property, we're doing all kinds of things that personally, as a developer, construction person, real estate person, sure that we would be doing any of that. There's no point in it at this juncture. And so what we've done is effectively slow the process down. When you slow the process down, it becomes problematic. Not to do proper due diligence, but when you slow it down, developers get leery, they get itchy, they get scared. why does that happen? It can happen for a lot of reasons. One of the, and I've said this in the EDA table quite a bit, indecision in time kills development. And it can be for a lot of reasons. Developers, oftentimes, they may have, they may get leery that they're going to get stuck in some drag out process where they're not really committed to developing property within their city. Have you, particularly if that happens on the front end, they jump ahead to, okay, what's it going to be like, the memorandum of understanding done, which is a very simple document. What's it going to look like when we get to financing and if or whatever else might be involved, and replatting and blah, blah, blah. And they're just like, well, we don't have time for that. We need to deploy our money. And a lot of times that's what it is. They have cash and they need to deploy it. And we're not talking about, bucks here. We're talking about millions of dollars that by developers when they come in. And we want to capture that as a city if we can. And that doesn't mean that we, accept anything that comes along. That's not what I'm saying. But what we do is we do need the opportunity to play this stuff out. So it's important that we do everything we can, to be cognizant of that. And I think we need to get to some new processes, and I've got some ideas on that will help us, act more promptly. One of the big issues, and this is a bit of a history, from my perspective, over a decade ago, when we finally got the EDA going, one of the first things we did is number of, you sit around the table, okay, what do we do? So one of the first things we did is like, well, why do we have all these empty parcels in here and there's no developers knocking on our door, and every single developer in town is over there in St. Louis Park, building everything they can in a new development every single week's going up. What are they doing that we're not doing? Outreach, and we found out in fairly short order, the development community basically thought we were unfriendly to developers. Now, not in a Minnesota nice unfriendly way. They thought, we had no process. We didn't know what we wanted collectively. This, you want that, I want something else. And so they just avoided us like the plague, because time is money to them. These are commercial business people. Time is money, and they just avoided us like the plague. So collectively, as a city, the EDA, the staff, planning, the mayor and council at the time, we went through a whole process to say, how do we become more friendly to development? That involved, part of the genesis of getting the EDA to do certain types of activities. We redid the zoning code. We redid the process of, application planning and site reviews and all this other business. Got the word out there, and it took a long time. And as you can see, around the town, which I think most of you have, well, if not all of you, the stuff going up here, that's that's going up now, the Lilly Building, all the stuff down there, the old Anchor Block site. All of this stuff is, that's outside money, and that's a result of those efforts of willing to come in here and say, the time we'll spend our capital here because it's investment and it's a known process, known out of it form. And so if we start going backwards in that regard, we risk, we can regain the unfriendly label a lot quicker than it takes to gain the friendly label. And we just can't let that happen collectively. So the delay in this MOU, or in this memorandum of understanding that we had across the street, one of the things that was frustrating for me, and I guess personally, and I think for other members of the EDA, is again this scenario where we have people that have been at the table. They know just about everything that's happened on that property since we acquired it, and the Dennis buildings were torn down, and what it's done since it's sat there for the last umpteen years. We know, we have all of the detail of the prior, agreements that we've had with developers over there. We've seen what people have tried to do. We know what will work, what don't, what. An MOU over to the council, at least exactly what track it took. We don't get it back, and we're like, what's going on? What? But when you look at it in hindsight again, you know, we didn't really equip whoever, you know, received it on this end with all of that information, you know. Here's a concept plan that, quite frankly, fond of, and that's fine. There's this MOU, sign it, which I'm not sure I want to do that or whatever. And that just puts us in a difficult position, you know, with this developer, and potentially we risk losing that opportunity. And we want to make sure that doesn't happen. So, you know, moving forward, what do we do? I think the key things for me, from my perspective, is that there are some specific tasks I think we can do. You know, one of the things in particular is, you know, creating good jackets or good files on every property that we have, get the history. I don't even think we do that now, and if we don't, some of these properties have been bought. And we should have all that information and have it at hand. When we do go to try to do something, have it available. Moving forward, I think it's important that the EDA has got to commit to communicate more clearly if we have time sensitive. Need to get approval on this. And we're going to work hard to do that through staff. And I certainly encourage a deeper engagement between the council and the EDA to help prevent any kind of diverging positions between the EDA and the council regarding our efforts or anything that we're working on. I know we do issue an annual report as required by our bylaws to the council every year. That, you know, that's a kind of a synopsis of what, you know, has occurred in recent times, and a little bit about what we're working on. But when you only see that once a year, it's hard. I cannot, you know, unless you're a council rep to the EDA, I don't know how you could possibly. We should probably find a different methodology to do a more frequent update. Maybe that needs to be some sort of course to keep council members aware of what's out there, so when things hit. I talked about control of these parcels earlier. I don't know what it looks like, to be frank. I do think that if we have property within the city that is available for development, and the property, it needs to be in the control. We need to be able to act on stuff, and we need to be able to do it, you know, without subjectivity to the timelines. And to be clear, nothing's getting built on any property without it hitting your desk. Well, it's not going to pop up across the street if EDA control. One of the interesting things that we found out as part of this process are things that we should be doing as an EDA. And there was somebody suggested that we begin to replat it. I think I found out from you, Brian, that those parcels aren't even all owned by the same entity within the city. Sure. Well, if we're prepping a parcel for redevelopment, get them all under one roof. You know, let's get one owner, so we're not dealing with that at the 11th hour. And this is the kind of stuff that, or know that Joe Smith, who died 22 years ago, doesn't own some sliver that runs right through the middle of it, right? So there's a lot of things that we can do. And again, I think the value, I'm not sure who asked me, somebody, Mary, you might have asked me, you know, what's the pitfall of signing control, or maybe it was you, Brian, you know, of these properties to the EDA? I'm not sure I know that answer, other than to backstop it by, again, saying whatever is going to occur on these properties under our bylaws and under the way we operate is going to hit your desk. anyways. We just need to be able to operate a MOU is just a good example, and that's why I could have signed it on the spot. Not have to come back. Look, we would be working on something, hopefully spectacular, that we would see next month instead of all down the road. So I would encourage the council to, I don't know if that's a council activity, a staff activity. EA is asking for it. We need to find a way to get those properties within our control. It might be as simple as not sure what it looks like, but we need to do something to would ask, I know that in the consent agenda tonight, there's a couple items in the consent agenda that I would like. That MOU I'm talking about is in the consent agenda. You know, salvage the opportunity to see what this, and bring it back to you for, we get executed tonight. The other thing, completely unrelated to anything I've talked about tonight, one of the Councilmember Cole and I tried to throw my own redevelopment master plan in my face about what could and couldn't be done across the street over here. I never acquiesced, and I'm glad I didn't. I think that there was, told him before the meeting, I found a loophole. But as I was going through there, I noticed on the consent agenda, we have an approval, I think it's an approval of a representation agreement to sell 2579-7. That's the case that we try to put green space. I'm not really sure how we got to this point with that, but I would ask that the council pull that and entertain a discussion with the EDA or let the EDA comment or take a position on this, because that's city land. And if it's city-owned land, be developing it, not selling it. Or more importantly, what we should do, when we did our visioning document, we said green space. We should be figuring out how to make it green space. Well, we tried and we didn't get to an agreement on costs, but that's what we said it should be. The document says. Why are we now putting it up for sale? I would ask that we revisit that before. Last thing we should do is be selling the owned property without taking the time to understand what it does for the city in terms of can do for the city and development. And a lot of times that particularly that parcel is a good example. As a standalone piece, you say, what do I do with this little thing? Is anything in there? A lot of times we're going to have to sit on it for a while. We put some grass in there, patch us over, but long. But to get to you know, let it get out of our control for a few bucks. We need the money, I would say.
We did bring it up at the EDA when we couldn't decide on it. We thought we'd put it up for sale.
I think, again, I'm gonna blame myself. It's the one meeting I didn't make it to in a long, long time. I think is where that occurred.
And we had the.
I clearly, I've learned that I cannot leave you guys.
And we also discussed the snow removal, how it's used as a place. That's where we're talking about paving it. There's just a whole on it, what we were talking about.
Yeah, and again, I'm not sure how it got there, to be honest. I just noticed it in the consent agenda tonight. Or the mic, I seize the opportunity for that as well. So, at any rate, with that, I know I rambled a bit, but hopefully that's helpful, and I thank you for your topic.
I appreciate you sitting on it. I actually viewed the meeting. I've been viewing the EDA meetings recently just because, again, that MOU for development at the Margaret Street site. When that gentleman came to propose to us his idea. I mean, it was a little out there, kind of came out of nowhere on my end. That's how I viewed it. So when he came in and presented, I felt like he didn't have the best marketing. How are you going to what are you doing here, and how are you going to promote the concept of it, right? So I felt I wasn't ready to move forward with any of that on my end. I'm speaking on behalf of myself here, not at the table. That's where I was stuck on that piece. I do, while viewing that last your guys' meeting, I do personally believe that you have a good point. There's a reason why we elected and created an EDA group. It's for you all to help develop the city. So, for example, the MOUs that you're asking for and to move forward with makes complete sense to me, because you have the EDA. If you're trying to assist with this and we're holding things up, it's not fair to you all. And I don't want to rehash that meeting by any means, and it's available to everybody at this table to view online.
Please don't.
Well, I mean, it's there.
It's
and,
well worth watching.
It's there, and it is what it is at this point, but this led to this discussion, which is important to have, and for the council to, in regards to, I just want to touch on that site in between Sidewinders, that we'll call it the unofficial parking lot. I was in favor of putting it up for sale. But again, you make a valid point. I mean, why would we sell something to somebody that we don't have control over either? But much to Tim's point too, what does our redevelopment plan look like? And if we're looking at the Margaret Street facility, does it match, and are we following the redevelopment plan that you guys all have? So I do believe that we are putting the cart before the horse and moving forward with a lot of things that we should be doing, we shouldn't be doing. So in regards to the MOUs, I do stand in favor with what you had indicated with that, because that is why we have EDA.
I'd like to maybe speak to one of your points. There's traditionally a process of when a developer wants to do something. Sometimes it might be EDA driven or staff driven. Sometimes it's developer driven, where they want to get, what we kind of call a council read. Because everybody knows at the end of the day, things wind up at the council, and the council's got to. I concur with you that what was presented, the opportunity across the street wasn't the best. But in terms of, just not necessarily how I think John Dodds did it.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I'm not saying about how he presented it or whatever, but one of the things I first, and he and I have talked about it, and he's conceded to this point. So I'm not saying anything for me.
Mhm.
One of the first things I said is, well, your rendering looks like a tin shed, and there's no way we're putting a tin shed across the street from City Hall.
Mhm.
Because, it's not going to be a tin shed. That's what it looks like.
Mhm.
I said, and you're going to have people that look at it, and they'll never get it out of their head that it's a tin shed. And so, okay, he gets that, right? And so the process we're getting into is to provide the opportunity. He's heard that feedback. Okay, this is a development across the street from the city. Needs to be of sufficient stature if it's over there. There's a whole bunch of other information that kind of comes with that development, but we have to get into the process. And I'm not going to spend the evening talking about all the nuances about those parcels over there and what at least I believe can and can't be done, and what's not likely to be a housing project. over there. You know, and there's a lot going on with the type of project that he's proposing, you know, around the Twin. Highly beneficial and fit square in the zone, what we want in this. You know, ultimately the council all pointed out. Starting those projects, haven't had the opportunity to fully, you know, that area is listed as prominent based on it being in the downtown district.
Listed as three things. It's listed as multi-use, it's listed as downtown core, and it's listed as
transition area,
transition zone, which has zero definition.
which I love, and that's what I'm hanging my hat on. Transition zone, undefined. So, but anyway, we'll get there. You know, some of this stuff just has to play out, right? I think that's important.
I can understand your frustration. I also see, but are you? I mean, in the meeting, it got a little heated. But I also understand too, some of these buildings downtown, some of us didn't know that candy store was coming in. What a great asset to our community. So how we wrap our head around what comes in down there from a rental standpoint, I don't know, but I'd really like to know how we can, because that there's a fine gentleman that owns that has a lot of ideas for the city. And I know not only myself, but I know others too have invited him to go to an EDA meeting because of the ideas that he does. That's not here nor there. I mean,
you know, the one thing on the, you know, we talked about, you know, why you don't sell land. Just one example of what bad could look like. If somebody can come and buy that property, and the city that want to build there is nowhere near what the vision calls for, nowhere near what anybody at this table might like. Tell them no. We don't want to find ourselves in. There's no reason to put ourselves in that.
So, self too, just trying to gather the information. Didn't know that was really going on over at Margaret till you brought it up. Didn't know it was, you know, we started January. You know, I knew there was some talk back with Bang. It really didn't go on. I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around that. Also, when it comes to, and we disagree on this, is for myself as appraisals to kind of understand what we have as a value. We paid $200,000 for one of the lots over there. We paid $175,000 for another lot, and there's other 4 lots. I don't know what they are yet. So
the Great Land Swap.
Yep, exactly. So that's where I have to understand as taxpayers what we have into these things. You know, if we, you know, one comment was we give dirt, you know, or we give tax. When I was there that day at the EDA. So I want to.
And that was, yeah, that's fair. But that was a bit flippant, but yes.
Well, but we have to know what we're giving away. So we have to know the value. So to me, it's part of that portfolio we do not have. Here's the lot, here's the dimension, here's who owns it, here's what we paid for it, here's what the appraisal is for it, there's your packet. Move on with it from there. That's where I am, because right now it's, nobody knows what he's going to pay. Nobody knows what it was worth, what we put into it. We have to justify us, you know, get elected, have to justify what, you know, where we get this and how we understand. As far as it doesn't matter, like that one lot over there, $440,000. Well, that wasn't paid for that, but we have to understand what it is now and where we're going to move for that.
Right.
but we also have to trust that we put that in the EDA's hands. I mean, we'll just say we're going to be done in 4 years. And they have already been working on something 2 years prior to us being elected. We have to trust that are revisiting everything. We have to trust that they've made the decision properly and not go back and say, well, we need to do this, 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 and this. So when it comes to the appraisals and things like that, I mean, the fine example is, and I think it's a fine example, is the 17th and Delaware land, where we got all those proposals, and we came in as new council, and we're like, oh, but what if, you know, we have 3 of these, but now what if we pull back on this? And right now we're getting appraisals for it, but now we've held off on 3 of those developers, even though there was a plan moving forward for us to vote on. You know what I mean? I mean,
Well, we're the ones that people vote to go in and out, so we have to understand what, you know, for me, on the money side of it, so where we are with it as far as the appraisals. So that should not be something, that should be something as the city works with the EDA, but we need to have numbers to go off of, in my mind.
When I was referring earlier to, you know, creating some processes, and then I mentioned, you know, we should have a jacket or a file on property, you know, why we wouldn't as a city, you know, have a process of maintaining appraised value on the properties that we own, it's kind of silly. Properties, I know what every single one's worth, or at least what I think it's worth. And we should know that. And in fairness, the EDA, the one property we own, that's right here. And if I walk up, I probably knows too. That's not that old. But, you know, why don't we have that on every parcel that we?
That's the question, you know, I've been asking.
And where's some of the frustration, just to be clear, where some of the frustration is we're in the process of trying to get something done. By me, I'm out, we're gonna spend 8 weeks getting an appraisal to find out for, you know, attitudes we make that group. I have a plethora of reasons why that, whether it was articulated well or not, why that, those things shouldn't hold up what we're doing.
mm-hmm.
It's not a function of whether they they should be. And I think, again, this is in the interest of us getting better at what we do, we should collectively do that. I mean, because I would love, even for my, when I say mine, EDAs, from our own perspective, you know, we have people that come in and out too. Liaisons or members of the EDA. And it would be great to say, okay, hey, somebody's interested in this parcel between Sidewinders and a tattoo shop, and we could open up the file, even if we haven't been there, and we can say, okay, well, we tried to do this back in 2006, and we did this, and what did we pay for it, and blah, 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 and what do we use it for, right? So we have I mean, we should have that on, when was, in a process that council, me, it would have, I would think, have approved by council. You know, but a process that says, you know, every 5 years we get an updated.
What stopped with the Delaware and the 17th is we're paid 140, 150,000 in 2002, and we're looking at, you know, anywhere from 70 to whatever. So to me, there has to be some justification as far as where we're at with it, what we paid, and the value and things like that. Then we could always say it's for the good, we're going to do this, but I think we have to stand behind it and not, and be able to get that. That's where I am with it. Just understanding that there's going to be negotiations. It's not going to be 400,000. That was the appraisal set. We understand, but that's where we go from and work our way in what we paid for it.
This is a spot to me where we can get decidedly better as a city. EDA has, and I'm not saying we don't, but it has I'll say, a stronger appreciation for the types of things that the council face with, and we don't just send this, hey, we are able to come and give you all of that information and have a, you know, we're keeping dockets on all these. Okay, you know, here's the history. And to it, this is what we've tried to do. Yes, we paid 140 and we're able to sell it. I'm not familiar with, I'm familiar with the property, but not the issue. And, you know, yes, we paid 140 and now we're asked to sell it for half that. Here's why you should do that. Here's why that's a good deal.
And there's some issues
And lay
with
it
the
all out
property.
for you,
Yep.
then you guys don't have to sit up here and rack your brain.
Because there is issues with the property. The sewer has to be moved. There's cost
For
to
sure.
develop that, and that's understood. Exactly. So that becomes part of the appraisal. We know the amount, we know we paid, and then we know, okay, we have to take a turn now from there because this needs to be done.
And
Just
again, I'm
understanding
just
that
thinking out loud, but in hindsight, you know, from an EDA's perspective, human nature, why would we engage on stuff on the, if the council were to say, EDA, you do all this as a matter of, you know, to me, that seems like a
I agree, because that, you know, the due diligence of getting it, and then, like you said, it will change. We won't be here, but we're the ones that the people look at and elect, so we are accountable, and that part of that is, things keep coming up, we have to understand.
if we continue down the path of the developer across the street, I would fully expect to be back to the EDA. To the EDA, back here, explaining to this group why it is a good deal.
I love the idea of a jacket on every property. If I could make that a motion and have that happen, I would. One of the things I'd really like to see in that jacket too, when, like, the note that you want us to sign.
MOU.
Thank you. Is expected variances that would have to be approved for the project to go forward. One of the things I'm still even unclear about the project that's proposed there is, although it is whether or not there would be any variances that we'd be required to pass in order for that property to go up there as they're intending. I was under the impression that one of the reasons why it was brought to us in a previous workshop is there were going to be some variances that we would have to approve. So things like that in a jacket where we'd like you to sign this, you know, no variances, or this would be the assumed variances that would have to go to make this happen, to me would be wonderful information for us to have.
The variance issue would come at a much later date. There's a lot of work to get done. Very few properties within the city, particularly in the downtown district, for commercial development. We're all going to have variants. So can't tell you what they are, but that's the work the developer needs to do. And but you know, I do think that again, getting some of what, as you just described it, you know, us communicating better that hey, we want you to approve this, and it is exactly what I said it is earlier. We'll allow you to work on this for a period of 3 or 4 months. I promise not to sell it out.
And I was more asking for the variances to be fair to them. If for the project next door, they were going to ask for a variance for it to be 8 stories, we could say, you know what, that's going to be a deal breaker, and we'd rather not have you invest. But
that's the kind of stuff that the EDA does all the time. I can't tell you how many developers that I have met with over the years that had ideas of doing RZ within this town, and I don't even need to take it to staff or planning or council or anybody. They came and said that ain't gonna happen, right? And it's not me playing king. That's just me knowing that that's not gonna happen. You're not gonna put an 8-story hotel across the street from City Hall.
yeah, just, you know, but it's that information sharing, so we're not blindsided on what the expected result and intention would be wonderful.
I like to see that really later and talk about it, because I learned a lot at that meeting, even though, you know, it was good. Everybody left fine, but it got opinions, and I think we were able to discuss, and I think you thought about things, I thought about things, and everybody else at the meeting does, because like I said, we're dropped in new, so a lot of this stuff is, we don't know the history. I got a lot of history from emails I've received from people about the property, and different things, so it's a large learning curve in this,
Yeah.
so that's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, it is, and we have to do better, right? Because it's easy for me to sit there and say, oh geez, some council member wants to put housing or wants to do this over there, and I've been down that path 12 times already. Well, that council member doesn't know I've been down that path 12 times.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they don't know that we beat our head against the wall. Create a better process for including you know, hey, we signed up to do something that the feedback loop that tells, by the way, we played this out and it doesn't work, and here's what. And that would be good information for them.
Exactly, 100%.
I know I'm getting into a bit of utopia now.
No, but, I mean, it's good information.
We can all dream.
Glad you came up, because I think it was good information to be able to talk over this, because there was questions and just understanding where we should be as far as us having prepared the, you know, a jacket of some kind, understanding the past, where we're looking for the future, and, you know, where we're at to start with would be great. I really would think that would work out well for us.
So did you learn that you can't miss a meeting?
Well,
So I missed one.
Totally joking.
So I missed one when this
You
was
too.
originally presented. The day job got in the way of the city job.
That was intentional.
And I missed the workshop that was discussed. So.
Okay, this is gonna be dicey. Councilmember Cole's not here.
So first off, Robert, I want to thank you for coming. You possess the most institutional knowledge of any of us at the table, probably combined. So sharing that is, I mean, it's huge. Yes, it was a spirited meeting. I think it all, for the most part, ended well. I think there may have been a few bruised people along the way. There were some pretty direct stabs at council. So I actually had staff, with Brian's assistance, go back and take a look at how many things has the EDA brought forward to council. And I came up with, over the last 5 years, about 10 things. Seven of which were passed, hands down, 4-1, or completely unanimous. 2, which is on the same topic, have yet to be resolved, and that's the space on 7th. And the last one is what we're going to talk about tonight, that, you know, for across the street. So to say that the council doesn't support the EDA, I think was a bit harsh. I think it was out of line, and I don't think it's in the spirit of what's here. Councilmember Wong sat on the Planning Commission for 2 years until she moved this year. I've sat on the EDA for 2 years now, when the seat was vacated by another council member. And the only piece I wanted to bring up during that meeting that I wasn't in attendance at was the city spent 3 years putting guardrails and a vision together for what downtown would look like. And the only piece that I wanted to bring up was what's going in, with the exception of the transition zone, which is undefined, it doesn't meet the other two areas that were there. And that doesn't mean for or against. I just wanted to bring to the attention, I am aligned with you that the EDA does need some wiggle room. They need the opportunity to move on their own, to cut some of that time down. You know, I completely agree, but I think there needs to be boundaries or guardrails put up along it as well. And if we see something skirting the direction, maybe that's when, you know, we bring it to a workshop, we bring it to something to make sure that council is still aligned with it going forward. Because it was a tin box with a 6-foot fence put around it. That's what was presented. It's unfortunate. Hindsight's always 20/20, but I fully plan tonight to pull those 2 items off the consent agenda to have further conversation. So they aren't just, you know, so they are discussed. And I just want to thank you again for spending all the time and energy to bring this group up to speed.
Hopefully I was clear, you know, that with the benefit of hindsight, and I haven't rewatched the meeting, so I'm not sure. I don't, again, I don't think that if people were upset at council, And I don't know that that's really the issue. And, but that would have been ill-placed for sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
You wanna read off the consent agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. Consent agenda, item A, October 3rd, 2023 workshop minutes. Item B, October 3rd, 2023 regular meeting minutes. Item C, general claims, $3,259,521.06. D, HRA claims of $19,474.06. Item E, 2579 7th Avenue listing agreement. MF purchased energy saver kits for conservation requirements for 2023. MG school resource officer agreement for ISD. MH is a MOU for development at the Margaret Street site. My approval of consent settlement agreement. J, resolution adopting change of workshop meeting time. A, declaration of surplus for and L, reapprove ordinance amending the 2023 municipal fee.
Anybody wanna pull any?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, if you wanna go first.
Item A, please, the workshop minutes.
More?
I would like to pull E, the 7th Avenue listing agreement, and I would also like to pull H, the MOU development for Margaret Street for further conversation.
Will that go down under the A then?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so we go to, meeting open of the public. 9, we have John Schmal.
Do we have to approve the ones we didn't pull first?
Oh, do we have to? Maybe I
Oh,
skipped it.
it probably wouldn't hurt.
All right, we'll do it. All right,
So moved.
so move.
Second.
Thank you. From Councilor Norby, Councilmember Cole. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Worried about where I was gonna put them. Thank you. John? Come on up.
So,
You
yeah, sit
Sure.
closer to the,
Right next
the
to
mic.
me.
Thank you.
That's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure. Sit next to you.
Anyway, John Schmal, 2750 Chisholm Avenue, North St. Paul. Mayor, Council, it's wonderful. The workshop meeting time is now official. It is no longer out there, somewhere in the Netherlands.
Thank you.
And it only took a month. With probably a city that it isn't extraordinary, it might have taken a year. Anyway.
Working council, yeah, we worked on it.
I would just like to say that sometimes there's free entertainment in North St. Paul. I was going to Cub on Thursday night when it was raining and windy, and I'm on aerial, and there's this truck that is coming towards me. I'm headed towards Cub, and there's a engine running on the back of it, and a guy up on top, and whatever, and I looked at what's going on, and they're seeding at that time. Evidently, it's a part of the contract or whatever to seed the edge of the road. But the edge of the road, with the wind from the sidewalk where they were blowing that paper mache type stuff with the seeds, there was leaves along there. So they were doing a good job of seeding the leaves. I don't know if that's a media that grass seed really works very well with, but anyway, that's the experience on that. Councilmember Nordby brought up about electric rates, and you discussed a lot about electricity. I got my hands on a City of St. Paul XL bill, and our rates are 7.3% higher than XL. And if you want to see my calculations and the background and data that I used on that, I'll give it to you, but I don't come with things like Dave Nelson is and gives you a wad of paper like this that probably is going to be recycled immediately. And today, I was walking back from Sparks to my house, the auto repair on 120, and happened to pass over 36. And my God, the pollution smell. The cars were backed up. So I don't know if doing something to the 36 to get cars to move constantly would help out, but probably would. But it was gagging.
The light at Century, we're waiting at Century?
Yeah, they were waiting at that. It was gagging to walk over that bridge. And so those people who, in times now, who say that their health is affected by roadways, it certainly is, in my estimation.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right. Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
All right. Anybody? Good? Thank you. All right, we'll close that and off to
Next up is a public hearing for a special assessment hearing for unpaid bills and authorized from the city of North St. Paul to certify to the county auditor's office all unpaid fees and to discuss.
you want to read that now?
No, you need to open the meeting and.
Oh, I'm
open the
sorry.
public hearing and then-
Close the public meeting at 8:14. Now open it back up.
Open the.
Public hearing. All right. Do we have to vote on that? Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, council members. Tonight is a public hearing on the special assessment hearing for unpaid utility bills. On September 19th, the city council approved the public hearing. It's been published, noticed, and notices were sent out to all of the parties that have delinquent utilities. If it's approved tonight, there's 3 resolutions that go along with it. Kind of just some information on September 19th, there was a little over $32,000 that was outstanding. On November 10th, at the time of this publication, the backup material will show you without interest, which isn't into effect yet, was $29,000, and as of today, it's down to $28,000. After the public hearing is done, we'll still have 30 days to pay, November 17th. At that time, we will close them. We'll get ready to send them to Ramsey County. Then they'll end up going Texas as in 2024. At that point in time, they will include interest. Right now, they're interest-free. For solid waste recycling, it's a 6% interest, and all the others have a 10%. And if the public has any comments regarding any of this, open it up to
Okay.
So there's 3 resolutions that need to be passed by the city council. Therefore, North St. Paul properties, Maplewood properties, and properties that are in North St. Paul, but they're built by the city of.
Nope.
They were in the packet.
Yep. So want to take a motion on that then?
Can we do it all 3 in one shot?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So
moved, Councilmember Sweer.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Cole. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you much.
Thank you. Don't need 3 ayes for
Aye.
Now you have to close it.
Oh, okay, thank you. Back there.
So was Schwer in?
I will close the meeting, open to the public. I'll close it. I don't have my little thing here anymore.
Go get it.
I just thought of that. All right. So now we got the city business action items. So A is, from our, can I start with it? Am I good? All right. For A, it's at the, at the meeting October 3rd, 2023, the city council had a closed session, conducted a performance evaluation of the city manager. The closed session was conducted pursuant of the Minnesota statute, section 13D.05, subdivision 3A. Thank you. Right. We got
Reports from the city manager?
So we have to go down to
we
our A's.
we gotta go through
Our
the-
new
Oh,
letters.
I'm sorry, we got.
We got our new letters.
Okay, that's right. A is,
A's done, so now who's B?
no, well, it's B, you're right. So,
Yep.
Workshop minutes.
Yeah, so I pulled that, just to kind of, clarify what, I was trying to say. It's in paragraph 2 on page 2 of that document. And regarding the fines, I wasn't suggesting that we increase fines. I was trying to clarify, what the fines were and why they were that way. That would be the only clarification. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So do we need to approve with change made? So moved.
So move,
Second.
Councilmember Cole, Councilmember Swear, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Item C is 2579 Seventh Avenue listing agreement.
I pulled that, primarily over the concern that, you know, we addressed with Robert Dew. Just, my concern is if by selling the property, the city would lose control over development of what said property would look like. There's nothing that I can come up with that would stipulate if the property was sold, the timeline in which a developer would build anything. It might sit vacant for, another, you know, extended period of time. So, I just wanted to pull it out and say, I am not in support of putting it for sale. I think the time and energy of Brandy getting everything all ready to go, but I think that the property is better served staying under city control. So I will not be in support of it moving on tonight.
I also will say that even though I did influence on the appraisal of that piece, after knowing a little bit more about EDA and Robert's, on Robert's behalf, I also think I also will not support it because I do believe what he had indicated. I think we should also more control and EDA's plan on.
As far as I understand, we'll still, the appraisal, we just won't put it up for sale because we're gonna try to get appraisals for everything. I'm just kind of clarify what you just said.
Yeah.
Appraisal.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I'll be in favor of that. I am not in favor
Put it
of
up for sale.
selling it.
Okay. Sounds good.
Maybe as vote, and then
Yep.
if it's voted down, then we will move forward with that decision. And or is part of that just the
No, appraisal's going forward, right? Yeah, but come on up. You gotta stretch your back anyways. I thought you fell over there for a minute.
The motion on the table would be related to whether or not to approve the listing agreement. Requested. I think we could just direct-
It's just a listing.
So we are not listing it.
Well,
For
that's
sale.
what we're trying to figure out now for the vote. Yep, that's the only part we're gonna talk about is not listing it.
Picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, all right. We'll vote on it. Go ahead.
Good. With Brandy at the table, could I ask a question?
Yep.
In your opinion, any property that sells on Main Street like that, how, with their current zoning and rules and regulations that we have for Main Street, how divergent could a property truly be?
Urgent,
From the, well,
like in terms of variances?
well, no, I apologize, I'm losing his name. Robert was saying that if someone bought that property, they could put something on there that is not within the vision of downtown North St. Paul.
Oh,
And I was wondering with the zoning laws and the,
Yeah. As I understand it, if council wanted to move forward with the listing agreement, we could put it out for sale. This is, I'm getting at your question. If we had an interested developer or purchaser, we could sign a contingent offer that they have to have a concept that would be approved by council. So I think that is an option if we wanted to try to move forward. If we had somebody interested in purchasing and they wanted to build something that was completely in line with zoning, we wouldn't have any recourse. They needed some kind of variance or a PUD or any other deviation from the regulations, then it would have to come through council first.
Thank you for that answer. I appreciate that.
Sure.
I think part of it too, after the meeting, which I thought was very good, having Robert here and just understanding now how they're gonna enhance what we're doing. Right now, it's kind of been just here, like he said, just threw it over there. We didn't have any explanation. So now that we're talking like packets and understanding what we have, you know, looking at what we paid, what the value is, I'm gonna voting that we don't put up for sale as well.
I could add since that I am fully supportive of having a process established for how to deal with property.
Agreed.
Kind of a, if this, then that situation, we would receive it as staff, potentially as the first stop. Does the concept meet our plans? Does it meet our zoning? Which body does it need to be reviewed by, and kind of have a flow chart that would help us as staff about who needs to review and approve.
You've gone through a lot of different, because we don't have a plan, and I know it's been frustrating and it's been difficult to try to get it. So I appreciate all you did, but I think it got us to a spot now where we're all on the same page moving forward. So I apologize about what it took us to get here, but I think going forward it's going to be better.
Is there asking to
It would
Vote nay if you're opposed.
Exactly.
or one of you would make a motion to deny.
For vote?
Or we make a
You
motion
need
to
to make a
deny.
motion.
But then we vote aye.
Depends on the motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion of denying it.
Make motion not selling the property.
Correct. I make a motion of not selling the
So
property.
if you're not in favor of selling it, it's a yes. If you're, want to make sure everybody's on the same page, because rain sometimes flips it, so I want to make sure I'm good.
Thank you.
So your motion again, please say it.
My motion is not sell the property.
Okay. All those in favor?
Second.
Yeah, we have to do that
That's
first?
second, yeah. I'll second it.
Oh, I was just gonna redo the thing.
Oh, my apologies.
No, that's fine.
Sorry,
You're really quick.
It's going on 8:30.
Okay. Councilmember Schwer moved the motion to not sell the property. Do I have a second? Please, second. Councilmember Cole, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Clear as mud.
Yep, we got her. As long as the sausage stays good, we don't have to know how it's made.
Ooh.
All right, item D is MOU for development at Market Street site.
And I'm pulling that. It was brought to workshop on a night that there were only 3 of us present, so we did have a quorum. Opinion was given, and the opinion was not necessarily in favor of the MOU, and I recommended that it come in front of council at a later time when we all had 5 people here to represent. And again, my primary reason for not being in favor of the MOU has absolutely nothing to do with the developers, nothing to do with the EDA. I appreciate the fact that there are individuals and organizations willing to come invest into North St. Paul. Mine was strictly from the standpoint that the city spent 3 years developing a redevelopment master plan, put in place that I know you had 2 years on from planning. I had 1.5 years on sitting on the EDA, and it didn't match the 2 criteria that I read. Robert was wonderful enough to bring it to my attention that on page 37, it's also listed as a transition zone, which is not defined as to what that development looked like. But the 2 areas that I brought up during the workshop is it didn't match because it's defined as core downtown and it's defined as mixed use. So I didn't feel that the program, in my opinion, met those two requirements. Doesn't mean I'm opposed to it. That just means I will vote a nay moving forward with the MOU, just based on the fact that I feel I need to protect the integrity of the documents, as well as the vision and the guardrails that were set forth. But it has absolutely nothing to do with the developer, nothing to do with the development. It just has to do with guardrails that were put in place for future development of the city.
Your thoughts on it?
Yeah, when I look at the master plan too, Sepulveda was slated to be pedestrian friendly as well. And so to put, it just didn't really match. So
Two questions. One, can we vote at workshops?
No.
Okay,
No.
I was confused why it was at a workshop.
No, it was a workshop to gain guidance.
Yeah.
To see where the alignment was, whether we wanted to move forward with it or not. We cannot vote at a workshop.
Okay. Yep. I'm going to be voting aye for this memorandum, simply the main reason being any property owner that wants to put forth the time and effort next to a property, because he already owns the property right by it. I'd be interested in seeing the vision he can come up with to see if it can become in line with our CIP. And I believe this property being next to his own is our best chance of getting it developed.
Mine was what I said in the workshop, is we're taking property from another spot, so we're gaining doubling the spot as far as the property. We're going to be having the sewer and in the aerial, which is the easement in the middle of it. He has the parking behind it for anybody that's using that facility, so it does take care of some of the parking issues.
to your point, I'm just wondering, maybe for clarification on the MOU, is that if we do not sign it or agree or vote yes to it, does that mean that the individual proposing this business plan cannot? My understanding is it's just postponed for 4 months or something.
Correct.
Like that.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, it's not correct.
There's
Right.
nothing that's getting
So-
passed. It's just to give them the time to figure out a plan that looks better and to understand what it is.
And the developer can continue to move forward with the development regardless of what the passing or the non-passing of the MOU. The MOU just says that the city will not move forward in the next, I believe it was 3 months.
Correct.
With any other developer to develop that property.
Yeah.
So kind of first right of refusal.
Get a plan together that may be more feasible.
I guess where I'm coming at.
I'm trying to wrap my
is trying
my head around all of it
Sure.
right now. So
So right there, we're just saying you have first right. Nobody's gonna try to, it's not really gonna be marketed to anybody else.
by saying aye.
Yep, you have, that's for you to just extend the courtesy of 3 months to get your plans together and to move forward with what's your design, whatever everything else is gonna be, how it's gonna fit in. And that's when Robert says, I'm gonna come back and talk to, once we get that far and say the reason why this should work or it's not gonna work.
Thank you.
Am I correct?
Yeah, the MOU doesn't stop them from moving forward doing whatever they want to do.
Yes.
The only thing the MOU does is protects them from somebody else to come in and want to.
Correct.
Which I think that if we have a developer that's interested, the city would still hear out the first party while they're listening to the second party.
You ready for a vote? Vote.
So
I get my brain wrapped around the
I move
We
to
are-
approve the MOU.
Okay.
So we are voting
Yes.
to approve.
Extend it to them for the 3 months, the MOU.
Correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I could go off on a.
So can you re-say that for everybody that's listening?
Sure, where this vote is to approve the MOU for the 3 or 4 month timeline for them to get their get their stuff together and put more money into it as far as the design and how it's gonna look and how it's gonna affect the community.
Okay.
So
moved, Your Honor.
So, okay,
I'll second.
second. So Norby, Cole, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed?
Okay.
Okay.
Motion
Okay.
carries.
No, he seconded it, but he
I-
faked.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
second the
he
motion to keep
seconded it.
things moving forward.
Right.
You had me pretty good.
Well, that's-
I thought he switched. Okay. There you go. I see the way you're working.
Hey, it's pushing 9.
So Nay is Cole, Schwer, and Juan, correct?
So we're
Thank you.
done. No MOU. They can.
But that
say what
doesn't mean
want
they
to do what they
cannot
want to
continue
do.
to move forward with what they want to do.
Right, right.
Good. All right. Well, that's done. Thank you, everyone, for that. Anything else? What was that one more or not? Okay. Thank you.
All right, reports from city manager. Today. Electric is working on some mapping updates. Did you get the poles removed along Cephala behind the development at Lilly Building? In there. We did get holiday lights that we purchased this year again, so it's the warm white light or the multicolored,
Oh, nice.
the sub-maintenance is now finished. The power transformer, and there's called back. Looked good. The leak that we had, but it was minimal and it wasn't. Back to a little bit of sub improvement. Community development's working on their park plan and working on the inventory of parks. They're over today. They got the Chase conversion for the. Everything went well. Good. Yeah. It's Works is out street sweeping. They're working on their second time around the city for putting that stuff up, doing patching and for televising.
That on that channel 16, so we can watch it. Like the
Yeah.
community.
And they're out winterizing as well, so they'll be closing the Silver Lake bathrooms, rolling out sprinkler systems. The student-built house is moving along. They're putting walls up today, and within a week or two, they'll have the gas service put into the house, so they can get it closed in for the winter and do their work. Good. Fire department has their fire prevention week, so that was, we'll have the one up here. November 21st, the presentation. Yeah, that's awesome. They had a successful booyah. They sold out, which was nice.
Delicious.
They their new water rescue boats. Week of getting it, so that worked out. Timing was good.
They were pretty excited about it.
They were, yep.
Rescue a dog and then a kayaker.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, same incident.
Yeah, the lady saw, pulled over, grabbed somebody's kayak and went out there and she was
And tipped over.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Trying to save the dog.
She got bit in the face, and she still wanted to adopt a dog.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a woman.
What kind of dog is this?
The chase started at.
Clearly a runner.
Right?
I believe the name should be Lucky.
Yeah.
Name the boat that.
Mhm.
After the dog.
Have that as the mascot when they're out there, have the dog in the
Sure,
truck.
one more. The hometown holiday light contest. Registration opens November 6th, closes on December 8th. All residents and businesses addresses are eligible to participate. North St. Paul Business Association will provide cash prizes for the first and second place entries. Winners announced at the final council meeting of the year. Website for the contest.
All right, reports, city council, commissions, and committees. Would you like to start?
Sure.
Oh, she's scratching it all off now.
No.
That's it, I'm done.
No. So the Arts and Culture Commission met earlier this month, and they were reviewing and just kind of reflecting on the Arts Festival. And there was some discussion about location and potential for maybe downtown at one point. Whether that's feasible, you know. And then let's see, because that could also draw in other business or other people to other business. And then there's been a lot of discussion around the turtles, and I just wanted to kind of throw out an idea for you all and get a little bit of feedback before I take it to the Arts and Culture, but maybe like some sort of turtle campaign. Maybe it's working with youth to kind of put together a turtle campaign or some art piece that
I think it's awesome.
just a way to get
Yep.
you know, kids engaged too.
I'm confused.
Sure.
Are you
We're not
talking
gonna paint the turtles.
Yeah.
where they're getting hit by cars? Okay, I just wanted to make sure
Hallway.
Yeah, yeah. down the
was
hallway.
I didn't know if there was like a different turtle thing I didn't know about.
Fair enough.
Infestation, they're everywhere.
Yeah. No, move quick. That's awesome.
I think, yeah, Washington.
Frogs on my side of town.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Washington County has like a tunnel
Mhm.
for them to go. So I also wanted to bring up, we had a young artist with a rock snake, and I think collected almost like 50 rocks from different people in the community that painted it, and so she had it all outside of her house, and they're hoping that, you know, maybe that, well, she also came with the family to present the rock snake, and she also made a poem for the event. So I would really love to see if we could bring her in. She's in grade school, so I just think it was a really wonderful community building activity that a young person was able to share, and we're interested in that.
I like the idea of it. I think that'd be great to recognize her. Maybe we can have something like painting of rocks and hiding rocks in the community, which would be really cool. She could host it.
I'm sure she's a bright one. She's a leader for sure. And then let's see, phase 1.5 of the utility box is completed. So there are 2 new ones up on Second, and just right around where we line up for the parade. So 2 new ones there, and then they'll continue more and more, and maybe integrating a little bit more for different artists at median maybe. So just kind of exploring that avenue. Also, the photos on the boxes are a gift from a local artist, so photographer, and so we were really fortunate to photos. And I think that's it. I know that we sold Snowy, so that's a
yay!
so I think that's all I have for now.
For the month of October, there was no planning commission meeting. The next planning commission meeting is coming up on Thursday, November 2nd.
On the 10th, we had a core community center meeting. where we gathered back together to discuss and recognize the progress or lack thereof that's been moved forward since February. The communication really pretty much stopped after there was funding on both the state and federal level. So the primary outcome was the core group is looking to meet again probably in November and develop a presentation to have in front of council after the first of the year as soon as we hear of what's going on. There was also conversation brought up that can the community center be open for the walking trail? Can we do some other things over the winter months to allow residents to get in? So we've got more things to talk about, more dialogue, but you know, it's kind of the chicken or the egg thing right now. What are we going to do with it? Do we want to market it without the development? Do we want to develop it without you know, the infrastructure redone? So it was the core group and Wold felt that they needed a little more time to gather their thoughts together, and then they plan on presenting to council to bring everybody up to speed. EDA met last Tuesday here in council chambers. I think Robert addressed the majority of what was done. It was a highly spirited, fun conversation that took place around multiple topics. Henry was here and presented the presentation from Open Window, which was shared here again as well. The only other thing I've got in my notes is that the facade improvement program for the downtown businesses is still in consideration to move forward. It was a program that the city did away with several years ago, and there's definitely, I think, some need for the city to interact again. So next EDA meeting is November 14th at 3 o'clock in council chambers.
Thank you.
Does that cover everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good.
I also viewed the arts and culture meeting. I'm making it a point to view everyone's just because it gives me an idea of just what's happening and engaging a little bit more in arts and culture EDA. Didn't have a chance, but I will next month because I like that. Just a reminder to everyone, and I highly encourage it because I don't know too much about it, but I look forward to attending it. Next Tuesday on the 24th at 7 p.m., Norma Worm is presenting at the History Museum regarding the history of the toy shelf. So I don't know too much about it, but last time I saw her, she invited the girls down to take a look at the toys down there. So I'll be bringing the girls to that, and we're going to check that out.
What's that date again?
Tuesday the 24th at 7 p.m.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I know they really appreciate when council goes up, and it's fun to see everybody that history committee and group. Parks and Rec meeting is next Wednesday, the 25th at 6:30 p.m. in council chambers.
Thank you very much. On my calendar, but I wasn't quick enough. Hold on, I'll get back to it. All right. General business.
Yeah, so I attended the Hang Time Board Shop event on Sunday, and it was a skate ride or a ride on skates or skateboard, walking, biking, and it was a loop downtown, new streets, which was nice.
Wow.
And then we kind of whipped around onto the Gateway Trail and then back. And the event was for just a remembrance for those who have passed due to suicide. And so it was really wonderful to have a lot of speakers there, people sharing their stories, and just really eager to share ways of prevention. They talked about the 988 number, so that's kind of suicide or crisis. So I was really excited to see that they were partnering with NAMI, other gentleman who teaches teachers to work on social emotional learning with. So just a lot of cool different things going on. My mom's there. Yeah, just really appreciated the community focus that they had, and yeah, great owners there. They're trying to.
Just wanted to remind everyone, we have a special meeting on Monday, October 23rd at 5 p.m.
I want to shout out to Randy in Public Works for listing the truck on Municibid. He got like 2 or 3 times what the trade-in value is going to be worth. So again, I want to commend everybody in the city for what they do to attempt to save and squeeze every nickel and dime to, you know, protect all of the residents. So big shout out to Randy. I want to thank the entire fire department for the Booyah. Phenomenal turnout. It sold out again. They were gracious enough to let me come hang out on Saturday night with them for a little while into the wee hours. So I appreciate them letting me hang out with them as well. And as Councilmember Schwer brought up, both the food shelf and the toy shelf, Councilmember Wong and I had the opportunity to tour both last year. It was actually a formalized visit, and all the council attended. I would encourage someone to potentially do that again. They're 2 huge assets to the city, and if you haven't been there, it's phenomenal. So I would encourage that we get something on the calendar to show up as a council if we can.
That'd be great.
Okay, thanks. So there's one thing I did want to ask, as far as the community center, are we ready for winter there? I know we had a lot of issues last spring. Do we have to do something to batten down the hatch? Because I know we can't put money into it because we can't, if something does happen, we can't get it back. So are we?
Had to be replaced. Are still tied up.
Same thing with Booyah. I was there earlier in the Saturday with the guys. It was a lot of camaraderie. Nice to be able to talk to them, and it was a good time. As then like Sunday morning pickup. That's so nice. 9 o'clock. Grabbed my Booyah, and it was delicious. So thank the fire department for that. They're definitely a very special group, and they do so much for the community. So I get that, and that's my side. So call for adjournment.
So moved.
So moved. Councilmember Cole.
Second.
Clear. Wong. Norby was too late. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Nice meeting. Appreciate it.
Thank you.